Tell my wife.
Offered it. Guys had that. Then court came back on and said, got to hear his evidence or just. With that. Actually said those words.
I apparently, based on the record, I did not. Now that she read that, I remember that there was an objection, and it had to do primarily not with her qualifications, but with the scope of her testimony regarding giving an opinion on potentially an ultimate issue to be decided by the jury without going into the bench conference. And so I can just leave it as is. I can tell the jury that she is qualified as an expert in the fields of general psychiatry and general psychology and forensic psychology.
I would prefer that you did that just so the jury hears it, and perhaps you can just say or remind you you've been qualified or
I'll
something.
just tell them that it was we had the bench conference, and I should have said that, and I didn't, and we'll go from there.
Appreciate it, Judge. Thanks.
Okay.
I'll take
Go ahead and bring the jury
back.
I take your day.
It's okay if Dr. Moore resumes the stand.
Oh, yes, I'm sorry. Dr. Moore, if you would resume your seat in the witness stand, I remind you, ma'am, that you're still under oath. All rise for the jury, please. Thank you. You may all be seated. Court will recall 20 CR 1358, People versus Letecia Stauch. Record should reflect the jury has returned to the courtroom. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Before we get started this afternoon, I wanted to go back through something that I should have done this morning. It was not clear from the record whether I did. We checked the record, and what happened was that the prosecution offered Dr. Moore as an expert in the field of general psychology and forensic psychology. And then we had a discussion here at the bench, and I read you an instruction. I did not specifically state that she is qualified to render opinions in those expert fields. She is qualified to render those opinions in those expert fields. I should have said that explicitly before I gave the instruction. My error and my oversight. So with that, prosecution.
Thanks, Your Honor. Appreciate it. Good afternoon, Dr. Moore. Before the lunch recess, we were talking about your meeting with Ms. Stauch on March 5th, 2020. Do you recall that?
Yes.
I want to go back to that meeting. Do you remember about how long you met with her that day?
I do not recall exactly the time.
Was it an hour, 2 hours? I don't know.
Most likely it would have been about 30 or 45 minutes.
Okay. During this conversation, did you talk to her about any concerns that she might have with her ability to cope with being incarcerated at the jail?
Yes.
How did she respond to that?
I believe that she was a bit tearful, but generally okay.
And we talked a little bit about her demeanor this morning, but during your entire time with her on March 5th, did her demeanor seem to stay the same?
Yes.
Did she mention to you whether or not she did this crime when you asked her that?
I'm going to refer to my notes very quickly, but from what I remember, she said, first, I did not do this.
Okay. And did she elaborate on that?
I believe she did. Let me just double check. She said, I feel like an animal in a cage and I am innocent.
Okay.
And she also said, I don't belong in a place like this.
Did she go on to tell you about her anxiety and her symptoms due to her anxiety?
Yeah, she described having some bad chest pains and inability to breathe and panic attacks. She reported panicking and thinking about people dying and other random thoughts.
Did she talk to you about whether or not she was able to manage her anxiety in her everyday life?
She did.
What did she say?
She reported that she typically stays busy and works out and eats healthy food, more fruit as opposed to carbohydrates, just to stay healthy and manage her anxiety that way.
Did you ask her about her educational background?
Yes.
What did she say about her educational background?
She had a master's degree in education with a specialty in special education and had a PhD in education from Liberty University.
And did the conversation you were having with her on March 5th, did that give you an indication that she was educated and she was able to respond to your questions appropriately and have a normal conversation?
Yes.
Did you ask her any questions about her family and social support?
Yes.
What did she say about that?
She talked about her daughter and her aunt as her primary social supports. She did note that she had not talked to her husband in a bit of time as well.
Did she tell you why she hadn't talked to her husband?
She said that he believed that she was guilty.
And did that create anxiety for her, or did she tell you?
I don't believe she told me that, and I don't know that it did.
Okay. And did she tell you how long she was married?
6 years.
Did she tell you how her marriage was going prior to her incarceration?
I believe that when she was talking to me, she said that she did, they were having some issues. I believe she didn't want to just kind of be a stay-at-home mom and stepmom. I think she wanted to more so use her education and reported some emotional abuse in that relationship.
Did she talk to you about an incident that occurred as she's being transported to Colorado Springs from South Carolina?
Yes.
What did she tell you about?
She reported that while she was on her way here, she was sleep deprived due to being in the car for about 19 hours. And she said, I didn't know I was sleepwalking and hadn't been eating. I thought someone was coming for me, so I took the monster can and threw it.
And did you have any independent information with regards to that incident?
Yes.
What independent information did you have?
During her transport, the information that was shared with me was that she was trying to harm herself with her handcuffs.
Okay. And who shared that information with you?
One of our inmate classification specialists, Deanna Bowman.
And is that because you're trying to figure out if she might be a harm to herself or others? Are you getting information from as much people as you can?
Yes.
Did you talk to her about any history of victimization?
Yes.
How did she respond to that?
She had reported some physical and emotional abuse within dating relationships. Again, the emotional abuse within her marriage.
Did she tell you whether or not she was ever told if she was a good stepmom or not?
She reported that she was told that she was never a good stepmom.
And did she tell you who told her that?
Her husband.
What else did she tell you about her home life with regards to being a victimized or being a victim?
She was told to just provide love and attention to the children because her husband made a lot of money. And again, she said she did not want to just throw away her doctorate.
Okay. And do you have your notes up there in front of you?
Yes.
Obviously, this has been over 3 years ago. Is that helping you refresh exactly what she told you and what you put in your notes shortly after this conversation?
Yes.
Okay. Did you ask her about her strengths or perhaps her weaknesses?
Yes.
And what did she say about her strengths?
She reported being smart, helping others, and being good at sports.
Did she talk about any concussions that she may have had?
Yes.
What did she say about the concussions?
She received a couple concussions while playing softball.
Did she say whether or not these were serious concussions or minor concussions?
They were minor. Typically, if there's a concussion, we'll ask if there's any sort of history of traumatic brain injury, and none was reported. I asked her if there was any change in behavior or functioning afterward, and she said no.
What are some of the things you might see if someone you're evaluating may have a brain injury?
They could recall forgetting certain words. They might have some lapses in memory, have difficulty completing everyday tasks. So they might not be able to just function as easily. It might take more effort.
Would that be something that would be apparent to you as an expert in psychology? If someone did have a brain injury, for instance, myself, if we're talking, would you notice some kind of signs, perhaps slowness in speech, that kind of thing?
Typically a slurred or slowness in speech, typically getting mad at yourself when you can't recall information that you want to. It's kind of that tip of the tongue phenomenon where the words are right there, but you can't get it out. Those are some things that you would see.
And did you examine her head or look for any injuries to her head?
Typically, when I'm meeting with somebody, I'll look over their entire body, but there was no observable injuries that I noted.
Okay. Did you ask her about any attempts to harm herself in the past?
Yes.
What did she say about that?
I cannot recall off the top of my head. I believe that she initially denied that in this encounter.
Do you remember telling you something about trying to harm herself with handcuffs as she's being transported?
I don't believe she would have been the one that said that. I think that was reported that she was trying to do that, but she did not report that to me.
Okay, and that's my fault. It says per inmate classification.
Yes.
So you're getting that from another deputy.
Yes.
All right, I apologize for that. Did you observe her wrist and see any injuries to her wrist?
I do not recall.
If your notes say that there were no observable markings, would that be accurate?
Yes.
With regards on March 5th, 2020, I don't have page numbers for your notes, so I apologize, but it says 2:51 p.m.
What time?
It's 2:51 p.m. It says Patient answered and had linear train of thought. What do you mean when you say that?
A linear train of thought is when somebody's speaking and there's not any gaps in their speech. It was just very kind of straight along a consistent path. So there wasn't any oddities that I noted in her speech or thought.
Okay. And in that same note, you indicate she did not appear to be responding to internal stimuli. No auditory or visual hallucinations were observed.
Correct.
Do you recall making that note?
Yes.
And why do you make that note on March 5th, 2020?
Again, when looking at an overall clinical evaluation, you are going to assess for everything: anxiety, depression, psychotic thought processes. So typically the most common observable signs in a psychotic disorder would be responding to internal stimuli. So there might be a voice in someone's head talking. They might be, again, looking around the room, talking to somebody who is not in the same room. And so I will note that if I do not observe any of those concerns.
Do you also ask her questions like, does she understand what she's being charged with, where she's at, that type of thing?
Yes, so we'll go over, we call it orientation or a brief mental status exam. And so we'll look at somebody's orientation to person, meaning themselves, place, so where they're currently at, time, if they, in general, they know the current date, month, year. So we will assess for all of that orientation, and then again, kind of why somebody was here. So I would always ask somebody, do you know why you're in the jail? And they would respond.
And how did she respond to those questions?
She was oriented to person, place, time, and situation, and there was no concerns noted with her mental status at that time.
Did you note that she was aware of her charges, where she was and who she was? She was oriented to time.
Yes.
And again, why do you make that note in this particular record?
In general, it's just to ensure that somebody is oriented, because if somebody's not, that could be due to a variety of psychiatric illnesses. So we note that to, again, just state somebody's doing fine. There's no concerns noted at that time.
Now, after your March 5th, 2020 interview evaluation with the defendant, what was the game plan? What were you going to do next with her? Did you set up other times to meet with her, or just explain that to the jury?
So typically and as I had mentioned earlier, we had placed her on suicide watch just due to the nature of her crime being a first incarceration. So when somebody's on suicide watch, we see them every day until they come off of suicide watch, and we place them on what's called transition status. So that means that they still have some limited property. There's specialized housing for that. And then we'll do a 24-hour follow-up after somebody comes off suicide watch, a 5-day and a 7-day follow-up. So about kind of a 2-week time frame we'll follow up. So that was the initial plan, to maintain her on suicide watch at that moment, as well as refer her to the psychiatrist for medications. As she had mentioned, she had been taking medication prior to coming to the jail. And then I also placed her on special needs monitoring. And what that is a recurring 30-day follow-up with somebody while they're in custody. And again, I did that just due to the high profile nature. I wanted to make sure that we were providing her adequate follow-up on a relatively frequent basis.
And do you know whether or not the jail would monitor her, especially in the beginning, March 5th, 2020, every few minutes to make sure she's doing okay?
They do. When people are in restrictive housing or in the medical ward, and initially she was placed in the medical ward due to the high profile status, some concerns for her safety. So anybody in restrictive housing is assessed by the deputies on the ward every 15 minutes.
And so if something unusual happened during this 15-minute watch period, would you learn about it and do some follow-up with it?
Yes.
Did anything unusual happen in the beginning of Ms. Stauch's incarceration at the jail?
Not specifically that day, but there was, within the month of March, there was a couple times that I had been asked to do some follow-up meetings with her.
And we'll get to those once we get to your notes. I do kind of want to jump ahead a little bit. At some point, did you learn that Ms. Stauch was raising competency issues in court?
Yes, I believe that was around the beginning of June.
June 5th, 2020? Sometime after that period, did Ms. Stauch raise a concern that she might have multiple personalities?
Yes,
I know that's not the term that we use in the DSM-5, but on your March 5th, 2020 evaluation, did you see any signs of dissociative identity disorder with Ms. Stauch?
no.
And what might you expect to see if she did have that disorder on March 5th, 2020?
I would expect to see somebody that was losing gaps of time. Somebody who would be reporting some concerns like, you know, I don't remember certain historical information, so significant life events like a marriage or a death. Somebody would also be losing gaps of everyday events. So somebody with that disorder might go, let's say, shopping, and they would come back, and if they came back to their main personality at that time or personality state, they would have no idea why they bought things. They typically forget things like how to do their job, use a computer, how to drive. So I would expect somebody in a jail setting to be reporting loss of time and not being able to recall what occurred during those periods of time.
And did you see anything of that, like that, or of that nature on March 5th, 2020?
No.
Did she ever change her voice patterns?
No,
Ever talk in a Hispanic voice?
no,
Ever change her name?
no,
Did you see any signs whatsoever that she wasn't the same person you were talking to at any point during that interview?
no,
At any point with your contact with her, did you see any of that?
no.
We're going to come back and talk about that as we progress through your contacts with her, okay?
Yes.
I next want to jump to March 9th, 2020. Did you have some contact with Ms. Stauch then?
Yes.
And I wish there was a way to tell you what page number we're on, but there just isn't. This is March 9th at 2:16 p.m. Do you remember talking to her about her mental condition on that day?
I do. Just give me a moment to get there. Okay, I'm there.
And so what did she have to say about how she was doing mentally on March 9th, 2020?
She was a bit irritable due to still remaining on suicide precautions.
Did she, I get, during your entire contacts with Ms. Stauch, did she tend to ramble a little bit and talk?
Yes, sometimes she would just say things that I didn't ask about. And again, in a jail setting, it's as a therapist or psychologist, want to provide a lot of care, but also want to limit what is asked about based on not trying to become involved in her charges. So sometimes we'll ask about things, but again, trying to limit what is specifically asked. But there were times that she would kind of blurt out information that was more case related.
And did she do that on March 9th, 2020? It might be easier if I just show you the
Yes.
note I'm looking at, if I can
No.
approach.
It's fine. Yes.
Okay. So,
Can I, since there's no
Yeah,
page
absolutely.
numbers,
Yeah.
can I look so I know what you're reading from?
got it?
I don't.
So
Number
two-
16.
Yeah. So on March 9th, what did she tell you about, whether or not she had control of her brain? Do you see that in your notes anywhere?
Yes, she said I have control of my brain and she wanted to be an advocate for herself.
And where did that come from? Did you ask that question or is she just volunteering that to you?
Just volunteered it.
And do you see in your notes a little lower there where it says, she said mentally I'm fine?
Yes, she said, mentally, I'm fine. I'm not guilty. The truth will come out.
And so where did that come from? Were you asking about the case or is she just volunteering information?
Just volunteering information.
Did you actually tell her about her charges and whether or not she should talk about them?
I did encourage her not to talk about her charges with anybody at the jail, whether that be deputies, other inmates, mental health staff, and instead that she should just be talking to her attorneys about her charges.
And just for the jury's benefit, normally these notes would never become part of the case unless mental illness becomes an issue in the case and handling an insanity plea or something like that. Is that your understanding?
Yes,
So normally your notes would not come to the prosecution. You would not be testifying in a murder trial unless there's some relevancy to it. Is that
Yes.
right? Okay. And you probably never testified in front of a jury before, right?
a couple times, but
Okay.
not very often.
These guys are nice guys. Look at them. See a good group of that is over there, isn't it? All right. So what did you do when she told you all this? Did anything change with her situation or how often you would meet with her?
I discontinued what we call a red sheet and began a yellow sheet. So a red sheet is, they're both forms of suicide watch, but a red sheet, they just have limited property. So not even a book or a cup in their cell. They'll be able to be given water, but they can't use those things because they could hurt themselves or cover up windows with them. So a yellow sheet, they just get a little bit more freedom. So book, cup, potentially a pencil, things like that they can have.
And I guess, I think I understand what you're saying. If he's progressing, if there's such a term as normally through the jail setting,
Yes,
now that she's been there a few days, and
yes,
so you're lowering the level of suicide watch, for lack of a better term?
yes.
Okay. And is that based on what she's telling you?
Partially that, as well as not evidencing any self-harm or suicidal ideation. So she's not saying, I want to hurt myself or kill myself. She's not reporting hopelessness. So generally just seems to be a bit safe.
So up until now, is she progressing just like, again, I don't know if normal is the right word to use, but a normal person who's been charged with first degree murder, you get booked into the jail, the suicide watch is going to be high until there's a reason to lower it. Is that fair?
Yes,
Is that what's going on with Ms. Stauch at this time?
yes.
Okay. I'm going to jump to March 12th now. And let me just ask you if you remember her telling you anything about having a photographic memory.
She did.
What was that all about? Do you remember?
Again, just something that she reported without asking about it. She said she has a photographical memory and is acutely aware of all of the things that she sees and hears.
Is that consistent so far of what she's been talking to you about up until this date?
Yes,
March 13th, you had another visit with her. Do you recall that one?
yes,
And do you recall having a note about thought content with regards to Ms. Stauch on that date? You see that one?
Thought content was appropriate, no significant mental health symptoms noted. She did not appear anxious at this time. She denied suicidal and homicidal ideation, and no psychotic functioning was noted.
So up until this point, we have no psychotic or psychosis visible to you. Really no mental illness other than her general anxiety that she's talked to you about,
Correct.
and certainly no dissociated identity disorder up to this point.
Interject to leading.
Sustained. You can rephrase.
Did you see any signs of mental illness up until this point?
No.
If you would you have noted that?
Yes.
And would you begin treatment for that mental illness?
Yes.
So March 15th, you have another visit with her. Actually, that's Nicole Reed. Do you know who Nicole Reed is?
She was one of our nurses. She did history and physical assessments. So typically about 2 weeks after people are booked into the jail, they will have another medical assessment just to make sure still everything's okay. There's no other medical or mental health concerns noted.
And so would you rely on her notes that she puts into the system in your evaluation of Ms. Stauch?
Yes.
What does she say happens on March 15th regarding a chronic mental health problem with Ms. Stauch?
I will have to refresh my memory on that.
And I can, if you don't have those notes, I can approach with them. It's March 15th at 8:52 a.m.
Sure. She said regarding a chronic mental health problem, patient has a history of mental health concerns. However, when asking patient today, she denies any mental health issues or concerns at this time.
And is that consistent with what you have seen up until this point?
Yes.
Now I want to jump to March 16th, where you actually meet with Ms. Stauch again. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Tell us about what you found with regards to what her mental condition was on that day.
I noted that everything was appropriate. So her mood was appropriate. Her thought was coherent. She had no suicidal, homicidal ideations, no auditory or visual hallucinations. She was oriented to person, place, time, and situation, had an intact memory, fair judgment, good insight.
Any evidence of mental illness up until this point?
No.
Let's jump to March 20th of 2020. Do you recall seeing her on that day?
Yes.
And I see a note on that day at 6:27 p.m. It says reason for referral, subject findings. Do you see that?
Yes.
Tell us about that. Why did you put that note in there, and what is that note about?
So the deputies had asked me to follow up with her because that was the day that we were informed that Gannon's body was found in Florida. And so they wanted me to check in with her because that is a significant event in anybody's life. And so they wanted me to check in and follow up with her.
Were you, as far as you know, the first person to tell her that Gannon's body was discovered?
I believe so.
And how did she respond when you told her?
She was a bit tearful, a little bit overwhelmed at that time.
What did she say?
She had noted that she did not have anyone to talk to in the jail. She had wanted to call her mother, she was talking also about losing some time out of her cell previously that week. So she essentially was asking to call her mom.
Okay. Did you tell her that you were there for her if she wanted to talk and provide mental health counseling?
Yes. So
Go ahead.
again, in this situation, given the charges that she was booked into the jail for, I didn't want to talk to her about the charges, but her being a stepmother and losing a child, I wanted to assess her for grief and see if she was okay in that situation. So I did try to explain to her, I don't want to talk about the charges related to that. Just make sure you're okay, as a grieving stepmom.
Did you tell her where Gannon's body was found?
No.
If you can refer to your note, did she tell you where Gannon's body was found?
She said that she was never in Florida and said that that's where his body was found.
So I'm sorry, but just so I'm clear, did you tell her that Gannon's body was found? Did she respond, Gannon's body was found in Florida? Or how
Yes.
did that go?
So I would have gone up to her and just let her know that his body, that obviously that he had passed, because previous to that he was alleged to be missing. So now that he was confirmed to have not been alive, I don't believe that I said that he was in Florida.
And did she tell you whether or not she had even ever been to Florida?
Yes, she said that she was never in Florida.
Did her demeanor change during this conversation?
She was speaking a bit softer than my prior contacts with her.
Would this be evidence of a mental illness, or would this be evidence of a normal reaction of all of what you just told me?
It would be more evident of a normal but kind of limited reaction to hearing that information.
Okay. Did you have further conversations with her about her emotional status after you told her about Gannon's death?
I believe that I reviewed kind of some of the generic stages of grief and loss, what emotions might come up from being informed of the loss of a child, and that she could reach out if she had any further concerns about it.
And again, up until this point, any evidence whatsoever that she had dissociative identity disorder?
No.
I want to jump ahead to April 20th. Did you meet with her on April 20th?
Yes.
And tell us about that. Was this, how often are you meeting her at this point, and why?
So at this point in time, and I apologize, I forgot to mention earlier, also when people are in restrictive housing or segregated housing, we do weekly follow-ups as well. So every week that they're in restrictive housing, we do a weekly follow-up. So that was the intent of this contact.
Okay. Tell us about that contact. You have that there?
Yes. Looks like she, again, had a normal reported mental status. Everything was reality-based. She was engaging and cooperative. I did have to speak with her through the door because there was only one deputy on the ward at that time. She reported having some body jerks and that she had been hitting her foot at night and elbow on the wall. She had reported some nightmares, reported having some bruising on her ankles, and then unpromptedly talked about the transport back to Colorado again.
And is this the one you talked about earlier?
Yes.
What did she say this time happened on her way back from South Carolina to Colorado Springs?
She attributed to her behavior to a lack of sleep. She also she said that being in the medical ward was not healthy for her due to poor sleep. She then said she talked about the female deputy was holding her gun in the wrong place. She told the deputy that a few times, and she threw the monster can at her as she believed she was being attacked.
Did she say why she brings this up to you, or what prompted this discussion?
I believe it was prompted due to her initially saying that the transport related behavior was due to poor sleep, and we were talking about sleep at that time.
Did that incident impact her status in the jail? In other words, her security status based on what happened on the transport back from South Carolina?
Yes.
Did she seem to want to, well, was she trying to lessen that restricted status based on that?
Yes. Again, being in the medical ward is not, it can get a bit loud there. So most people don't want to stay down there, and the lights do have to stay on all night. And so it is consistent with somebody having some poor sleep, because our circadian rhythms or sleep wake cycles, we tend to prefer to sleep when it's dark and stay awake when it's light. So she wanted to be moved out of the medical ward. And she had also mentioned that she felt she was continuing to be kept in the medical ward because that we'll think that she's crazy and make her take medication.
Was she taking any medication other than what she had for the general anxiety?
No.
Did she ask you to do something about getting her out of the medical ward?
I believe so. I think she had wanted me to talk to the deputies about it.
Do you have any control over that?
I don't. In the jail, we do weekly meetings to assess everybody in restrictive housing. So, and again, anybody who might be more high profile. So we do talk about those individuals every week. But due to the safety and potential concerns for escape and her safety and things like that, it was determined for her to remain in restrictive housing and in the medical ward. Again, safety and security will trump most things in the jail setting. So although I might make an opinion, I'm not ultimately the one that gets to make that final say.
Okay. Did this continue on up until the point she was transferred out of the medical ward?
Yes.
Was it pretty consistent on April 28th? Did she bring it up again and complain about the light being on, that type of thing?
Yes.
I want to jump ahead to May 12th now. And this is a note that you have with regards to May 12th at 5:46 p.m. It's just below the one that says report evidence of suicidal thoughts, where you say no.
Yes.
Was there a point in time where she said, I can't talk to you anymore?
Yes.
What was that about?
I believe that her attorneys had recommended that she not speak to the mental health staff in the jail. She specifically said to me, I still can't talk to you because you can be subpoenaed.
And what happened to your treatment of the defendant after she said she didn't want to talk to you anymore?
Typically, we're going to respect their wishes. We're going to always offer. So anytime we have a scheduled contact, we will still offer to talk to her. And if she wants to decline, or any patient or inmate in the jail wants to decline, they absolutely have that right, and we'll respect that.
And did she tell you who was telling her not to talk to you?
I don't know that she said it specifically, but it was my understanding that it was due to her contacts with her attorney.
Okay. Now I want to jump forward to June 5th of 2020. Earlier, we talked about whether or not at some point she was raising her competency report. Is that when this occurs, on June 5th, 2020?
Yes.
And did you have contact with her on June 5th, 2020?
Yes.
What was the reason for that contact, and tell the jury about it?
So that contact was the mental health special needs progress notes. So as I had told you, we have them scheduled every 30 days for that routine follow-up. So that was the reason that I had went to talk to her that day. I talked to her for about 30 minutes. That day, she said that she had been unintentionally hitting her head, but denied any suicidal ideation at that time. She said she tried to walk through the door because she thought she was at home. She reported seeing pictures of her daughter and thinking about and missing her dogs. She said that her contact with Harley had decreased a little bit, and she was upset about not being able to be there for her daughter. She said that being in the jail and experiencing loss was just exacerbating her traumatic stress.
Okay, I'm going to stop you right there. Does she go into details about this traumatic stress that she's talking about?
Yes.
What did she say?
She reported being molested at age 14, the loss of her husband, the loss of her son, loss of her licensure, loss of freedom, and loss of another family member.
Now, is this the first time during your entire contact with her at the jail that she brings up about being molested?
Yes.
How did that come about? When she talks about traumatic stress, is this a question that you're asking her, or is this something that she, again, is just rambling about and telling you things?
That's what she had reported to me. Yes.
So that wasn't in response to any questions from you. That was just something she felt you needed to know.
Yes. I typically, when I go up to talk to somebody, I say, hi, Mr. or Miss So-and-so, how are you today? And then sometimes they just report a lot. And then I'll go into the other questions related to my notes after that.
And so at this point, June 5th, 2020, was she still in the medical ward?
I believe so.
If your notes indicate that she requested to go back to the medical ward.
Oh, sorry. Yes.
Would that refresh your recollection as to where she's at now?
She would have been in Alpha 2, which is our female restrictive housing ward.
Okay. Is that like a general population or what is that?
No, it's segregated housing. So typically, we'll have people that have severe and persistent mental illness that are self-harming in that ward, people that are trying to hurt other people in that ward, and then other people who are in there for disciplinary segregation reasons. So they're individuals who really can't come out with other people, and they typically come out individually 1 hour at a time.
And so back in the earlier dates, April, May, she wanted to get out of the medical ward.
Yes.
She's out now. And then on June 5th, the same day she raises competency, she wants to go back to the medical ward.
Yes.
And what happened as a result of her request?
I don't recall off the top of my head. I don't know if we moved her back or not.
Do you remember her talking to you about her going to the state hospital or Colorado Mental Health Institute of Pueblo for the competency evaluation?
Not, well, during this contact, we talked about her going for a competency evaluation, but she had not yet gone, to my knowledge.
Did she have any anxiety with regards to going to the Colorado Mental Health Institute?
I think she had general anxieties. I don't know if it was specific about going there for the evaluation, but she wasn't, I know she did say she was asking if she should start taking medications now or wait till she goes to the state hospital to get prescribed medication there.
Do you recall do you recall her talking to you about Gannon during this meeting?
She had reported that it was, I believe she had said something to the effect of it being kind of too hard to handle all the stressors at one time.
And did she get into the events surrounding Gannon's death during this June 5th, 2020 meeting?
Yes.
Did she talk about a hiking trip?
Yes.
What'd she say about a hiking trip?
She said she always used to take a handgun with her hiking, but did not that day. She said, I can't cope with it. It's one trauma situation too many, and it was the wrong place at the wrong time. She said she replays that week of her life over and over. She also noted she replays why she did not ask for more help or provide more information to the police. And she's now trying to begin really processing it, meaning the law, meaning Gannon.
Okay.
She said, I need to be able to talk to someone more than a social worker. She said, I was creating stories that aren't true and don't remember conversations. She then said, I need more help. She also said, I can't leave January. And then she brought up Andrew Womack and his son dying in Colorado and coming back to life 8 hours later. She said, regarding Gannon, I know that's not physically possible, but I want to fix things. I pray his same prayers and wrote him a letter. Then she said she regretted taking the back road off 25. That's Highway 25. She then said, I can't relive every situation, every day, and every hour.
Okay. Now, how did this come about? I mean, what did you say to spark her to talk about Gannon's death?
We probably were talking just about the stress because, again, when I talk to somebody and ask them how they're doing, they just kind of report this. And earlier in her verbalization, she was talking about traumatic stress. So I don't typically ask questions that would have prompted that answer. So that would have just been her volunteering that information.
Now, is this the first time in your contacts with her that she brings up things like traumatic stress and, I guess, stressors in her life?
Yes.
Anything about that conversation lead to you believe that she had a serious mental illness based on what she's telling you on June 5th?
No, instead I noted that she had reported trying to keep kind of a poker face. She was trying to deal with her problems, but also help some of the other females out. So she was giving them scriptures. I do believe at that time she was had either scriptures or a Bible or something that she was using to help cope with her stressors while in the jail as well.
And did she eventually get transported to the Colorado Mental Health Institute in Pueblo for that competency evaluation?
I believe that was in sometime in July, early August, she came back to the jail.
Now, did you meet with her again on July 14th, 2020?
Yes, I believe so. I just want to get there. Yep. Yes.
Do you recall her talking to you about her diet needs and whether or not the jail was providing appropriate diet for her?
Yes. Prior to this interaction, she had reported, I think pretty soon after she came into the jail, she had been reporting losing weight, had reported some things like having a celiac diet, which I believe in the notes, we did some testing and she did not have a confirmatory lab results that supported that. But I do believe that we were trying to accommodate some diet preferences that she had. She reported specifically on July 14th that she was going to be, so she said, I'm going to be so rich after this. And she had referred to a civil suit for not having her medical needs taken care of.
Now, is the jail food not too good there?
I don't believe it is. I have not eaten it myself, but
Just things like that?
yeah.
Is that common for inmates to want to get on a different diet, such as a kosher diet and things like that?
All of the time.
Is that what's going on here? She's demanding better food, basically?
Objection, speculation.
Sustained.
Well, what exactly did she tell you with regards to why she's going to get rich?
um, for having a civil suit, for not having her medical needs taken care of.
You also recall seeing her again on August 21st, 2020 at 3:52 p.m.
Yes.
And do you recall an incident where you either learned or saw that she was in her bed with a blanket over her head?
And I'm sorry, can you repeat that date?
Sure. It's August 21st, 2020 at 3:52 p.m.
Yes. I'm sorry. Okay, I found it.
Did you, it's hard to tell from your note. Did you see that or did someone tell you she was on her bed with a blanket over her head?
So what I wrote is that MHD, meaning mental health director, so that's how I referred to myself, attempted to see a patient for weekly RH rounds, which is restrictive housing rounds, at approximately 14-20 hours. Patient had a blanket on her head and was sitting on her bunk. She looked up and said, "I don't want to talk." And then myself and the ward deputy signed the refusal form indicating that she didn't want to talk that day.
And as part of your role as the mental health director, are you giving what are called kites from inmates of people that you're seeing, inmates that you're treating?
So the kite system is a little bit more complicated, well, maybe more simplistic than that. There's a blue kiosk on every ward in the facility. Any inmate can type it. We call it a kite, but it's just a little email that gets sent to a generic box. So they can click options to talk to inmate class, security. They can talk to an inmate, sorry. Just to explain, inmate classification is the people who address their housing needs. So if they want housing considerations, they'll send a kite to inmate classification. They could send one to medical, they could send one to mental health, programs, religion. So there's a variety of kites that can be sent. And so she did have access to the kite system at any time that she was out of her cell and could use that.
If there was an unusual, again, lack for a better term, an unusual kite that Ms. Stauch filled out, would it get delivered to you so that you can address it?
Not specifically. It would be something that any of the mental health clinicians would be answering. We do typically try to answer them within a 24-hour time frame. So any clinician who saw it could have answered it.
Did you see a kite that was written by Ms. Stauch on, looks like August 20th? It's just below the note that we just addressed.
Yes.
What was that kite about?
I don't know really how to describe what it was about. Would you mind if I read
Yeah,
it?
let's just,
Okay.
what does it say? What did she write?
It says, "You let them duct tape me and cover the alarm sensors because they came for me in West Palm Beach, then came back and covered alarm with socks. I saw the car on Carriage Meadows, so we both left, gun jammed, got shot. They thought I was crazy because I watched Good Girls, but he really had tattoos. You didn't help." And then she sent another kite that said, "Being held hostage with camera, people everywhere, and no one helps. And they took my water from my dog."
And what was the response to those kites? Do you recall?
They were answered simply with the words "kite received." That is what was sent back to her, because there wasn't a specific request in there. And then Caitlin, who was the one who answered that kite, also noted, so this wouldn't have been sent back to her, but would have been in the note, is these kites from patient are not consistent with prior presentation or language.
And was it consistent with your prior contacts with Ms. Stauch up until this point?
That was not consistent.
And has she already returned now from the Colorado Mental Health Institute in Pueblo for her competency evaluation back in the jail.
Yes.
I want to now turn to August 28th. Did you attempt to see Ms. Stauch on that date?
Yes.
And were you able to see her?
She refused to be seen by me that day.
What about September 11th of 2020? Did you have an opportunity to talk to Ms. Stauch then?
You said the 11th?
Yeah, and I apologize. That was who is Holly Werstein?
She was our psychiatric nurse practitioner, psychiatric mental health nurse practitioner. So she prescribed psychotropic medication to the inmates in the jail, in addition to our psychiatrist.
Based on her note in here, did you review that note back in September 2020?
Yes.
And is that a note in reference to her mental condition as she got back from the state hospital in Pueblo?
Yes.
What was that note about and what did you do?
So when people come back from the Colorado Mental Health Institute after a competency evaluation, we do get some records, which would include different medications they might have been placed on there, as well as diagnoses that might have differed from the ones that we initially had. So when individuals come back, we're going to look at those diagnoses, typically prescribe them the medication because that medication is related to them now being alleged to have been competent, although they haven't had their court proceeding to confirm whether they're competent or not yet. And so I would have reviewed the records, as would have Holly, for the diagnosis as well as the medications. And Holly determined that the diagnosis that was given to Ms. Stauch, which was a bipolar disorder, was actually not consistent with her presentation. So specific to that, a bipolar disorder, in order to meet criteria for that diagnosis, you have to have previously had at least one depressive episode, which is a 2-week period of time where they meet criteria for a major depressive episode. So lots of depression. They might sleep too much or too little. They might eat too much or too little. Some things along those lines. And then you also have to have met criteria for a manic episode, which is typically 4 or more days where they are typically don't need sleep. They're feeling very joyous. They tend to become pretty irresponsible during that time. So maybe it's going on spending sprees or going out and partying a lot, things like that. So you have to have the 2-week depressive episode as well as a 4-day or more manic episode in order to meet that criteria, based on the time frame from March until at least July, when she went for the competency evaluation. We had not seen or observed any of those sort of episodes. So that's why Holly determined that that was not a consistent diagnosis with her presentation at that time.
And do you know whether or not anyone at the Colorado Mental Health Institute in Pueblo diagnosed the defendant with bipolar disorder?
I do not know off the top of my head. Typically, we'll get a pretty basic summary. So we'll get a diagnosis. It doesn't necessarily always say who it's from, as well as medications, but we don't get the full competency evaluation, and we don't always get detailed psychiatric notes from that facility.
Up until this point, had you seen any signs or evidence that Ms. Stauch had bipolar disorder back on September 11th, 2020?
No.
What did you do as a result of that? Did anything change, I guess, is a better thing to say.
No.
Did she receive any additional medication based on that?
As I had said previously, anytime somebody comes back from the state hospital, we do continue those medications, just because what they had wanted them on. And again, related to the legal proceedings of a competency evaluation, we do want to keep them on those medications. So she, I believe, had been prescribed mini press, which is also called Prazosin, and that typically helps with nightmares during sleep. Hydroxyzine, it looks like it was increased. And again, that was a medication related to anxiety. And I don't see any other medications that that would have been added off the top of my head.
And do you recall meeting with Ms. Stauch on September 11th at 4:24 PM after you read this note from, is it Ms. Werstein? That's Werstein.
Yes.
Tell us about that meeting.
Looks like I was assessing her for weekly rounds. So again, the weekly segregation housing rounds. I noted that she had about 40% medication compliance, so was not taking her meds.
And how do you know that?
We have a electronic MAR, so the medication administration record, and so that shows what doses were offered, if they accepted or refused
Okay.
medication.
Please continue. What else did she have to tell you on that September 11th at 4:24 PM?
She said that the Mental Health Institute at Pueblo was going to prescribe her Boost Bar, which is also an anxiety medication. And she refused it. And she said her anxiety was getting bad and worse day by day. And then she stated that she's going to start becoming impulsive, have a different personality, and act way out of character, manic, and pull her hair out.
What was that all about? Did you ask her that question or did she just volunteer that information?
That again was volunteered information.
And is that the first time that she's ever mentioned anything to you with regards to having a different personality?
To my knowledge, yes.
Did that trigger anything on your behalf to evaluate her for dissociative identity disorder?
No. That to me made me concerned, but it made me concerned because up until that time, for the majority of her contacts, except if it was a weekend and might have not been at the jail, I was pretty much the only one seeing her. And so my concern at that time was if this information does go to court and I'm the only person assessing her, that would be a kind of a one person's word against another. So at that time, I started trying to have some other mental health clinicians also have contact with her. So it was not just my subjective, but other people's subjective observations of her behavior at that time. And again, as I had talked about in clinical and forensic settings, somebody reporting having, or someone saying, okay, I'm going to start acting out, I'm going to be impulsive and have other personalities, then my worry becomes more about, are they going to start faking mental health symptoms? Essentially if they're just going to start faking things. So at that time, my thought would have been, okay, well now we might see an increase in behaviors that are going to be attempts to act out that aren't consistent with her prior presentations.
If someone truly suffered from dissociative identity disorder, would they make a statement like that? Hey, I'm going to start changing personalities.
No.
Even know to make a statement like that?
No, in dissociative identity disorder, there's not a control of kind of when the alter ego or altered personality state comes out. It happens, it it doesn't happen specific with a traumatic event. It's just kind of an everyday occurrence where, again, there's those lapses of memory. And sometimes in situations where, so let me back up. Dissociations happen across a variety of mental health diagnoses. So you'll see dissociation in somebody with schizophrenia. You'll see dissociation in something like borderline personality disorder, where they might dissociate or kind of have an out-of-body experience. They might be viewing their life as if they were watching a movie, or seeing themselves, looking down on themselves, engaging that behavior. That dissociation can happen in a variety of mental health diagnoses. Specific to, let's say, borderline personality disorder, that will be triggered by a stressor, so abuse or any perceived threat. That's kind of when that will come out. And specific to dissociative identity disorder, that there is not a control or specific instance when it comes out. It just happens. And so in that situation, when somebody's saying, I'm going to start having different personalities come out, my brain goes to, okay, they're going to start faking this and acting this out, as opposed to it being truly authentic and something that they don't have control over, which would be consistent then with a dissociative identity disorder.
And along the same lines, someone who suffers from bipolar disorder, are they going to be able to brag about being manic in the future?
No.
Would that fall under the same guidelines? That might be an indication that in the future I'm going to be faking it.
Yes.
And a week later, you met with her on September 17th at 3:41. What did you note about your contact with her then?
She reported that she sometimes feels okay and sometimes doesn't know how she's feeling. She defined the word okay as normal, functioning, and talking. She said, sometimes not, because I talk to stuff. She said she has a hard time with reality in the morning, but then she's okay in the afternoon. She reported having a hard time focusing, so she wasn't reading her Bible anymore. And then she began talking about seeing demons in court on September 8th, and when she was on a hike and jumped off a cliff.
Okay.
She also reported sedatives were being aired through the vents and was not sleeping well at night.
Did you also meet with her again at 3:41 p.m.?
Yes.
And what did she tell you about her thought form at that point?
She wouldn't have specifically told me anything about that, but the thought form would have been my observations.
And what were your observations? I apologize.
It's okay. I noted she was coherent, goal-directed in her comments, was easily redirectable, and appeared to be attempting to feign or fake makeup, having visual hallucinations.
And why do you say that? What was she doing?
That would have been related to the allegation that she had reported about seeing demons in court. So I know she reported that, and I noted that I did not see any of those observations.
And did you reflect back to the week prior where she said she's going to start faking these things?
Yes.
Did you see other notes within, what are these notes called within the jail system?
Progress notes.
Progress notes with regards to her acting out or acting crazy.
Yes.
I'll refer to you to October 30th, 2020 at 5:54 p.m.
Yes. So on October 30th, one of the mental health clinicians, Ed Keaveney, had written a progress note. And he had added in that the ward deputy who who was observing her that day or working on in the ward that day, informed Ed that she stated she said she's going to act out because she wants to be listed as crazy.
Was this consistent again to what she told you back on September 11th, 2020?
Yes.
Now I want to jump forward to November 17th, 2020 at 2:18 PM. Did you have contact with Ms. Stauch then?
Yes.
And did she tell you about how she felt or what mental diseases or defect that she had on that day?
She reported that she's bipolar, has multiple personality disorder, and PTSD, which is post-traumatic stress disorder.
And is this the first time she's ever come out and said, that's my diagnosis, this is my mental illness?
Yes.
And back on March 5th, 2020, with your first contact, did you say, wait a minute, I asked you that question on March 5th and you said nothing about it?
I don't believe I said that to her specifically, but that would have been a thought I would have had, that it was inconsistent with the prior contacts, and especially at the beginning of her stay with us.
And what did you note in your notes with regards to her self-diagnosis of multi-personality disorder, PTSD, and bipolar disorder?
I said she appeared to be at baseline psychiatrically, meaning I did not see any of that. I said there's no overt symptoms of bipolar disorder or PTSD present. And I said she has not presented with symptoms of DID or dissociative identity disorder during any contacts with this writer.
And did she tell you back on November 17th, 2020, how she came up with these mental illnesses?
She reported having her competency exam was going to be conducted on November 30th. And she indicated that she is aware and she is smart.
And did you learn that she actually had a second competency evaluation as well?
Yes.
Let's jump to January 5th, 2021 now. Did you have contact with Ms. Stauch on that day at 2:37 PM?
Yes, I did.
And with regards to questions that you're asking her, did you ask her about her, what is entitled thought form in your notes?
Yes.
What did she have to tell you with regards to that? Or what did you ask her and what was her response?
I don't recall specifically what the way I had formed the question, but she had said she had been, I had noted she was coherent, but she also reported that she was triggered by another patient who continues to bother her. She said that she loses it when she's re-triggered related to anything having to do with sexual assault or harassment. It sounds like the inmates or another inmate was saying some inappropriate things, such as requesting that she show her breast in order to stop being bothered. Then she reported spending 90 days in a psychiatric hospital in Canada in 2018.
Let me stop you there on that.
Sure.
Did you do any follow-up to see if there's any records with regards to that hospitalization in 2018 that she's claiming?
I do not recall if we did. I know we had between At some point, we had requested records from South Carolina. To my understanding is that she had signed a release of information, but I do not believe that we got any information after the fact about this hospitalization.
Did you have any information that Ms. Stauch was ever in Canada?
I don't.
If she was in fact hospitalized at an inpatient treatment for 90 days in Canada, would there be records to support that?
Yes.
Did you make any attempts to get any records from this so-called hospitalization?
I don't believe so.
And this is almost a year, well, 10 months, 11 months after she's been placed in custody.
Yes.
Did she also talk to you about her stepfather and what her stepfather may have done to her?
Yes.
What did she say about that?
That her stepfather and uncle had sexually assaulted her during her childhood.
And is this the first time she brings that up?
Yes.
Did that have to do with what she's telling you about this other inmate asking to see her breast or words to that effect?
Yes. So she said she only starts hallucinating when triggered by sexual harassment or assault.
What did she tell you about her intelligence level on that same day in the note just below the one we just read?
She opined that she was brilliant.
Did you ask her what she meant by that?
I don't believe so.
What else did she tell you after she said she felt that she was brilliant?
She said that she feels that she will start going crazy because she's going stir crazy in her cell.
Did you do anything or make any diagnosis based on what she's telling you now?
The diagnosis did not change based on that.
Did you do any further evaluation based on what she told you about her stepfather and uncle sexually assaulted?
No.
Did you see any signs of post-traumatic stress disorder based on what she was telling you?
No.
Why is that?
Can you repeat the question?
Sure. She's telling you that she'd been sexually assaulted by her uncle and her stepfather.
Mhm.
She hadn't said anything about this up until this point, January 21. Did you think that might have contributed to her having post-traumatic stress disorder?
I mean, any trauma could, any person who experiences a trauma could develop those symptoms. But again, when providing any sort of diagnosis, one of the final criteria you have to match or to make and confirm a diagnosis is a significant impairment in social, occupational, or other areas of functioning, because in the jail setting, there wasn't any significant impact related to that. It's not necessary to follow through with that. Also, specific to sexual assault or significant trauma, we don't always want to start treatment related to that because we don't know when people are leaving the jail. And so sometimes opening up and having somebody relive these traumas is the jail setting is not the most appropriate place for that, because we do want that to be a very personal driven avenue in treatment. And so typically we won't start a full therapy mode related to trauma.
Okay. Now, did you have an opinion as to whether or not her claiming that she had these various mental disorders coincided with her court case? In other words, when she raised competency, that she had these various mental disorders coincided with her court case. In other words, when she raised competency, eventually pled not guilty by reason of insanity.
Yes, again, looking at diagnoses, looking at not just the criteria in the DSM, and based on my history and training and, conducting forensic evaluations, typically people will, when competency is raised or other things in court or just in general, depending on how court goes, people do, tend to then over-report or exaggerate or make up symptoms that are consistent with a diagnosis that might help maybe absolve them of the charges or have a different sentence or go to a different location for treatment instead of in lieu of incarceration. So what was observed was consistent with somebody who was acting out symptoms as opposed to it being a true diagnosis and symptoms.
And your role in your position at the jail was not to perform a sanity evaluation, I take it,
Correct.
or a competency evaluation?
Correct.
In order to do that, you'd want to look at everything, I would take it?
Yes.
And when I say everything, all the police reports, everything involved in the criminal case, before you can make any judgment as to that?
Correct.
Those are my questions, Your Honor. Thank you.
Cross-examination.
Thank you.
Mr. Cook.
Doctor, good afternoon. My name is Will Cook. I represent Ms. Stauch. I'm going to be asking you, I would say a few questions, but I'm going to ask you a lot of questions. I'm going to start with some questions near the end, and then I'm going to loop back to the beginning of your testimony. You said that Ms. Stauch or Letecia, only near the end, get this date. You said she only reported being molested one time to you?
That was my recollection. I believe when she first came into the jail during the receiving screening, she had reported that to the nurse doing her receiving screening intake, but I don't recall that being
Okay,
reported
well, you just told Mr. Young that it was the only time that it had been reported, the molestation
to me.
to you.
You know, I'm going to object us to that. That's not the question was. The question was with regards to her stepfather and uncle.
Oh, overruled.
Do you know when the other time that she reported molestation or sex assault?
Without looking at the specific date in my notes, I think she had reported that in 2019.
When did she report it at the El Paso County Jail?
I don't know the specific
Okay.
date.
So when she comes into the El Paso County Jail, is she handcuffed? When she first gets there and you first see her, is she handcuffed? Is she in a jumpsuit? What's the situation like?
She likely would have been in her cell in the medical ward. And because of her status, related to the transport, there would have been two deputies, probably standing outside of the door. I would have been standing likely in the doorway talking with her.
Okay, so she was a high-risk inmate.
What do you mean by high risk?
You couldn't talk to her unless there were two deputies there.
Yes.
Okay, due to the allegations that she had tried to escape, the high-level nature, seriousness of the charges, she was having a close eye kept on her.
Yes.
Did you ever have any situations during this time where you were taken into a room, a discreet private room, and you and Letecia were able to sit down and talk?
No.
Okay. It was always you talking through a trap in a door. She'd be locked up.
No, typically we would, the deputies would, have the door open. I did note just when we were reviewing some of my notes that there was one time there was not another deputy, so we did have to talk through the door, but typically the door would be open. I would typically try to talk softly, and so that way other people could not hear, and the deputies are typically instructed to just be there and present, but not intently listening into a conversation.
Okay, but you're talking about something that very private, somebody's mental health, somebody's past abuse. These are sensitive subjects for a person, correct?
Most people openly report them in the jail setting. Most people openly report that regardless of who's around.
Okay, that wasn't the question I asked. These are sensitive subjects for people.
They are.
Okay. And not everybody may be comfortable with talking about them with multiple deputies there, a doctor in an open setting.
Sure.
Okay. And you just stated, in fact, you had to cancel one meeting because there was only one deputy available to talk with her, and that wasn't allowed. Is that what happened?
No, I said we had to talk through the door, so they could not open.
They couldn't even open the door unless there were two deputies with her.
Yes.
Okay. And that's not the ideal clinical setting to do mental health work, is it?
No.
It's a terrible setting to do the type of work that you were charged with doing, correct?
I wouldn't say it was terrible. I think people in a jail setting still need services, and
I'm not saying they don't need services. I'm saying this is not an ideal clinical setting. And in fact, it's a bad setting to do this kind of work. People are confined. It's stressful. It's loud. There's deputies. I mean, there's a lot of threats. People are on high alert. They don't act in jail like they would out in the street, do they?
that's kind of general because some people do and some people don't.
Okay. Some people get into jail and they absolutely collapse and their symptoms get worse, or some people don't change in jail. So it can be anything. Is
Could be.
that what you're saying? Okay. So, where do you work right now? You do mental health work with sex offenders in Kansas?
Yes.
Okay. And is that Larned State Hospital?
Yes.
Okay. Where in Kansas is that?
Larned, Kansas.
Larned, Kansas. Okay. And you've been doing that from September 21st to now?
Yes.
Not September 21st, September 2021 until now.
Yes. Sorry.
Okay. So, and you're the clinical program director now.
Yes.
How many sex offenders do you supervise now?
About 250.
So that's a lot.
Yes.
Is this just a facility specifically for sex offenders?
No.
Okay. Is there a wing or a part of this facility that is dedicated to the sex offenders, though?
Yes.
Okay. Are you treating people right now, or I presumably with sex offenders, you're treating quite a few people or have a lot of treatment experience with people that suffer from pedophilia?
Yes.
Okay. And is pedophilia just a person who's sexually attracted to underage or age inappropriate people?
It's not just that. There's a pedophilic sexual interest. You could qualify as to what you described, but a pedophilic disorder is when they then engage in those sexually abusive behaviors towards non-consenting minors.
Okay. So you have sex offenders that or pedophiles, whatever you want to have it. Generally, they prey on underage children.
Some do, and some are that prey on adults as well.
but generally speaking, a pedophile preys on minors.
Yes.
Okay. And one of the ways that minors, or one of the means of access that a pedophile or a sex offender, that is preying on underage children, may go through is sometimes they ply the victims, the children, with alcohol or drugs to lower the inhibitions of the children, correct? That's a common theme.
I wouldn't necessarily say it was very common, but they could. Some have, but the majority of the ones that I've worked with have not been luring minors with alcohol or drugs.
Okay. But there's grooming behaviors that go on with the adult towards the children.
In some cases, and sometimes they commit violent acts against strangers as well.
But a child predator, based on your experience, they could use alcohol to lower the inhibitions of their victim in order to gain access to them and, assault them.
Objection, Your Honor, asked and answered.
Sustained.
So, at the time, September 2021, that you were employed at Larned State Hospital, you were also employed in El Paso County at the jail, correct?
Yes.
How did you do both jobs?
I lowered my hours as in the clinical program director role to part-time and took on the full-time health services administrator position. So I oversaw all of the medical and mental health care at the jail for about 11 months.
And you weren't actually an employee of the El Paso County Sheriff's Office. You were employed by WellPath,
Yes.
correct?
Yes.
This is a private for-profit company, the largest medical services for prisons and jails in the whole world, correct?
I believe so.
Okay. And as a for-profit company that you were working for, your company makes more money and more profit the less money that is spent on the inmates.
Objection, Your Honor, relevance.
Cook, what is the relevance?
Can we approach?
Mr. Cook?
Thank you. So according to your CV, from March 2022 to January, or from March 2022 to January 23, so just a few months ago, you were the Health Services Administrator for WellPath, which it had the contract to provide all the health and mental health care services for the El Paso County Jail.
Yes.
Okay. Before that, December 2019 to September 2021, you were the mental health director for WellPath,
Yes.
correct? And the health services administrator job, which I guess you ascended to, was created by WellPath due to litigation and suits against WellPath, your employer at the time, for poor care and a host and litany of different problems. This spot was created for you and you took it.
Objection, Your Honor, foundation.
Overruled. She can answer if she knows.
To be honest, I do not know. That position since I was the mental health director at the jail, there was always a health services administrator position. I don't know any different. And prior to December 2019, Armor was the contract company working at the jail.
Okay, but I'm talking about when you started in March of 2022. You were working for WellPath. I'm not talking about the prior contractor. You ascended to that spot because there had been a lot of litigation and suits against WellPath.
Asked and answered.
No.
Objection, Your Honor.
I understand. Overruled. She can answer if she knows the answer.
No, but when I was employed as the mental health director, there was a health services administrator position there.
Okay. And were you aware of all the litigation that was going on with WellPath and your employer at the jail?
No.
Okay. Even though you were supervising financial oversight for all the healthcare services provided at the jail, clinical and administrative work, you had no idea.
Can you elaborate on what you mean then by litigation with the company? I know that
Suits against WellPath and suits against the El Paso County Sheriff's Department, who was running the jail.
so if there was a lawsuit, at the time I was the health services administrator, if there was a lawsuit, I would have been notified that there was one coming through. But in general, if there's lawsuits across the entire company of WellPath, I would not be privy to that information.
So you don't remember any lawsuits of your time when you were the health services director?
I believe that there were a few that had come through towards the end.
Okay. And from when Ms. Stauch came in March of 2000, going forward, was there anything unusual going on at the jail? Or was it business as normal the whole time?
She came in 2020, not 2000.
I'm sorry, 2020. Thank you.
Was there anything unusual
Yeah.
at the jail?
Yeah.
COVID?
COVID. Did you say COVID?
Yes.
Yeah. And it completely changed how everything functioned at the jail, correct?
I wouldn't say completely changed. I think we had to be more mindful of health precautions and wear masks and extra cleaning, things like that, but not.
No, you wore a mask, the employees, but the inmates weren't given masks. And that's part of the reason there was a lawsuit that WellPath and the sheriff's office settled.
Again, Your Honor, objection, relevance, and foundation.
Sustained. A jury will disregard the question. You can rephrase it. But again, nothing that the attorneys say at any point in time is evidence. Rephrase your question.
Were you taking precautions for COVID during your interviews with Ms. Stauch?
I believe that I would have probably had to have worn a mask as required by the jail.
Okay. And when did this begin, the mask wearing?
I don't know.
March 2020, was the mask mandate always already in effect March 5th when you first contacted her, or was it later in the summer? When did all this happen?
I don't know.
Okay. Do you remember a COVID outbreak in the jail? during your tenure there?
I remember the media alleged that.
Okay, you don't remember the jail allegedly having the largest COVID outbreak in the state?
Again, I believe that's how the media phrased it.
Okay. Do you remember the population of the jail during this time being 1,700 inmates before COVID and being lowered to about 11 or 1,200 within a few months because of the COVID threat?
So with the everyday activities at the jail, I mean, I don't really pay attention to why more or less inmates would be there. We
Okay.
just take care of the people who are there.
But as the health service administrator for the jail, I mean, you would notice 500 or 600 people being taken out of circulation due to medical reasons and due to the COVID pandemic.
Objection, Your Honor, relevance.
Sustained.
Now, I see a report that you compiled that Mr. Young from the DA's office provided to us in this case. Do you know what document I'm talking about?
I do.
Okay, when did you prepare this document?
So that wasn't, I wouldn't recall that a report, or I'm sorry, I would not term that a report. In preparation for my testimony today, I was taking some notes that I perceived as relevant based on my interactions with Ms. Stauch. And so those were just my personal notes in preparing to testify today.
And you provided these personal notes to the prosecution?
We had been discussing my testimony in terms of when I was going to testify and kind of the nature of that. And I had offered, not thinking that they'd be here right now.
So at the bottom of several of the pages, it says, qualify me as an expert, comma, jail, comma, what do now back in March 2020.
Mhm.
What does what do now back in March 2020 mean?
So Mr. Young had essentially just said that kind of the steps of me testifying today is that I need to be qualified as an expert initially prior to testifying, and then he would ask me questions about what I do now in my current role as a clinical program director and what my role was at the jail previously.
Okay. And what does GAD stand for?
Generalized anxiety disorder.
Okay. And why was that relevant?
That was
Enough for you to put in a note at the bottom of your summary.
just that was the diagnosis that she had come in with.
Okay. It says also one of the things is theme DACs.
He's essentially said that we were just going to go through all of the notes and talk about any themes that he might see.
And their theme is that she did not suffer from any conditions or have dissociative identity disorder or bipolar or any of these other things y'all spent 4 or 5 hours talking about, correct?
Objection, Your Honor, to relevance, what our theme is.
Sustained.
Well, the theme of what the DA said was important to you enough to put down at the bottom as a footnote. I guess so you remembered this during your testimony?
I typically just write what's being said. It wasn't important or not important. It's just information shared.
Well, so if it's important, not important, you just write it. Then are some of the things you wrote at the bottom as notes, are some of them unimportant?
I mean, in the sense we just talked about that I would be testifying and that was it.
So you spent some time talking about, you and Mr. Young about the day, I think it was March 20th of 2020. That was when you discussed the issue of Gannon's body being found. Is that correct? Do you remember that
Yes,
discussion?
yes.
And Mr. Young asked you, do you remember what she said? And you said, yeah, Gannon's body was found in Florida, and she said she'd never been to Florida and all this other thing. And he asked you, why was that significant?
Mhm.
Why was it significant in your conversation with Letecia? Why was it significant that she said she'd never been to Florida?
Because that's where his body was found.
Why is that significant?
Well, I'm not sure what you're asking in that sense, but typically somebody with dissociative identity disorder would not be able to, they would have kind of amnesia of certain events. And so it was odd to me that if she was not there, why she would spontaneously say she wasn't there.
Okay. And if she didn't have anything to do with Gannon's disappearance, how would she know he was found in Florida?
Correct.
That's the significance?
Yes.
Okay. Did you know that her attorneys earlier that day had been to visit her?
I don't know that off the top of my head, but if that
And
was
they had
true,
actually
then-
told her that Gannon's body had been found?
Sustained. Jury will disregard.
So if you were to be told that her attorneys that came and talked to her that day,
Your Honor, I'm going to object to this. May we approach?
No, because I see where this one is going, and I think that you can ask it in a hypothetical, because what this witness is talking about is she's testifying about dissociative identity disorder and whether somebody would or wouldn't have recollection of an event based on whether or not they had a particular personality that was manifesting at the time that the person was in a geographical location. So if somebody had some information from some other source, you can ask the witness whether or not this would or would not be consistent with the dissociative identity disorder. So I will allow that.
well, I'd just say answer what he just said. But I'll try to put it to you as artfully as the judge did. If, with respect to dissociative identity disorder, if hypothetically Ms. Stauch had heard from her attorneys a couple hours before, said, hey, they found Gannon's body in Florida, would that change how you feel with DID in this portion of what was going on March the 20th of 2020?
No,
No? Why not?
because with dissociative identity disorder, there's in the DSM, it talks about kind of a possession form or non-possession form, and possession form being, again, that amnesia on inability to recall those certain everyday events versus a non-possession form where, again, they could kind of be depersonalized or still consciously aware that, things are going on and they're kind of watching themselves engage in behaviors that they might not, that they still know it's happening, but they might not perceive that they're the one doing it.
But I'm just talking about her parroting to you what her attorney told her an hour or 2 hours before you're talking with her.
Well, again, as I had previously suggested to her not to share, or actually, I'm sorry, it was that day. I think I told her not to share things. No, I'm sorry, it was before that. But I don't know why that would be relevant to share with me.
Because she's, how often, or what was her schedule for being incarcerated? As far as lockdowns, you've talked about different security levels to Mr. Young at the jail. Certain freedoms you have with different levels. When you first met her, say the first week, what was her security level, or how was she being held?
She was on suicide watch.
She was on suicide watch. Okay.
Cook, if you could find a reasonable breaking point in the next 5 minutes or so.
We can do it now.
I don't want to interrupt, but if you want to do it now, it's okay.
No, Your Honor, we can do it now.
Okay, all right. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we will take our afternoon recess. If I can have everyone back in the jury room at say 3:40, we should be able to start on time at that point. Again, don't discuss the case among yourselves. Don't discuss the case with anyone else. With that, I'll rise for the jury, please. The record should reflect the jury has left the courtroom. You may all be seated. Dr. Moore, if you would like to step down. You can do so.
Okay, well, Letecia is turning up the heat because she's in the clink. And that's what happens. They go to jail, they find their mental illness, and they find Jesus all at once. It's crazy. And they do. I mean, I imagine when you're in jail, you do get a touch of the mental illness. That's what happens. You didn't have the mental illness when you lived in a $2,700 a month home before and had a husband and leased cars and vacations. You were fit as a fiddle. But when you kill your stepson and you're in a 4x4, then suddenly you got the mental illness, and everyone that you ever came across in your childhood sexually assaulted you. Crazy how that happens. It happened to Susan Smith. It happened to Diane Downs. Megan Boswell. It happens to everyone. When you get behind, when you have the bars, then you find Jesus and you suddenly remember bad things that happened to you. And it could have. It could have. But what is the excuse for going Braveheart on Gannon? Casey Anthony's a good example. What's the excuse? COVID, yeah, COVID, and and COVID's bullshit. COVID is total bullshit. COVID is real, but it was politicized for no reason. Ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. I'm putting the link up right now if someone wants to come up because I'm furious about this. Lucky Shooter says having artificial lights on you 24/7 literally can make anyone go bonkers. Exactly. Exactly. Bonafide says payback. She was caring for him instead of his mother. I would like to know what exactly is the relationship is with his sister too. Here comes Rowena. Speak to me, Rowena.
Hi, can you
What's
hear
up,
me?
friend? Yep.
This makes me sick. I'm so mad. It's everything I can do to throw my phone.
I've been mad for 3 years over this
Yeah,
case.
I know. And this defense attorney, I I just want to shake the state and go object, 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 object. It doesn't have crap. The company that she worked for and COVID didn't have crap to do with this. Not one damn thing.
No.
And COVID is just another strain of the flu, and I'm getting over it. So whatever. That's a whole nother topic. But it ain't got shit to do what she did to Gannon. Stabbed him 18 times, not 17 defense. Get it right. It was 18. Shot him twice.
She shot him 3 times.
3? I thought it was 2. Damn. And beat him with a blunt object. God knows what that was.
Mm-hmm.
And then I really think that she lost her shit and burned him to the point of, after that video was made, I think that was it. And I hope and pray to God every minute she hears him crying. I hope that every time.
And I'm so glad you're up here, Rowena. The hydrocodone that she gave him is for adults.
Right.
How did he not throw that up? How did he not, if someone gives me something that's not for me, it's going to come right back up.
But everybody's different.
Okay.
And, like if you have pain on a pain scale of a 3, and I give you hydrocodone or Dilaudid or whatever, it's going to make you feel goofy and loopy and might nauseate you and whatever. If you have pain of an 8 or a 10 and I give you Dilaudid, it's going to take care of your pain, and most of the time it won't make you sick. Now, anything with codeine in it, that's a really high nauseating, but everybody's different.
Well, because what Landon said on her Facebook was that this was years ago, 3 years ago, that Al took, he had 10 milligram Lortab for his back pain that he could take when he needed it. So what would 10 milligram do to Gannon?
10, I mean, if she gave him the whole 10. I don't know if she gave him the whole 10 milligrams. I don't know. I mean, he tiny little thing. And he wasn't unconscious because he had defensive wounds.
Yeah. And he walked out to the truck, but you could tell that he was walking with a weird gait.
Mm-hmm.
Like he was, I'm not saying that Gannon was drunk, but you could tell that there was something. He wasn't a spry young boy.
No, and I think the whole Garden of the Gods little height, this is just my opinion. I think she was going to push him somewhere. I do. And say that he fell and whatever. I mean, maybe that would have taken, that's just my opinion. I think it was all calculated. And I really do. Drug him and, bump him off the, hey, I went hiking one time and I almost fell down the side. My husband caught me by my arm. I mean, I wasn't dangling in the air, but,
One Love said, yeah, for Gannon, it would make him woozy. Now, could someone 80 pounds take 10 milligrams of Lortab?
But, I mean, we don't know.
She could have possibly diced it up and put it in his drink, food, spread it out instead of just giving it to him all at once.
I mean, I think he would have been knocked out. I mean, he definitely would have been woozy, but he had defensive wounds. So no, he wasn't unconscious when she did this.
Yeah.
And that's my whole thing.
Wounds. Yep. Pale Rider said it would knock him out. I took Lortab one time. I cut myself with a chainsaw.
Ooh.
Oh, that's a long time ago. All right. I was I had 27 stitches, and I took Lortab after that. Okay. And I took like the minimum, and I couldn't take it anymore because I couldn't go to the bathroom.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And that's, I mean, I think that I agree. I don't think she gave him the whole 10 at one time. We don't know
Yeah,
that she did that. I think she might
that's
have
why I
spread
said,
it out. Hmm.
yeah, that's why I was saying she probably broke it up and gave him it periodically,
Right.
not all at once.
Now, I want to
Hmm.
ask
And
you,
I think
girls.
she did it more than just that time. I think she may have had this in her mind, planned, premeditated a long time,
Well,
Oh, I
because
think she
she didn't
did.
care for that boy.
once she knew that Al had a wandering eye, and she was, I would love to know what her messages to Harley were. Not the
Hmm.
ones we were shown, but she told Harley everything. And she knew that that Al was seeing another woman. She knew that. She could tell. I mean, what woman in here does not know when your man is not looking the other way?
Yeah. But that, I don't think that I don't think that she just became evil in the last day, month, week. I think this was a long, I mean, she's manipulative. She's always gotten her way. You know, uh, I mean, she says that she's a doctor. She has her doctorate. That
Mhm.
doesn't have anything with DID. She's just a narcissist. She's shit crazy. I mean, it just boils down to it. She's not insane. She's not insane.
And they met at a softball game.
Hmm.
Him and Landon were playing together, and he met Letecia through this softball league. And next thing you know, I mean, a year later, they're married.
Oh, well, I mean,
The way you
then
find
why is she
them,
shocked?
I mean, I don't know. It's crazy. Sarah says she's high on herself. Pale says she's a liar. I mean, good Lord.
Hmm.
And I
I
mean,
just,
what does she expect? They were messing around, cheating with each other. You think he ain't gonna go around to do it on her?
yep.
Yeah.
That's
Now
what I mean.
he was with a woman named Heather when Gannon
Um,
was murdered, and I make zero excuses for Letecia. Zero. Megan said she's not insane. No, she's not. She's not.
mm-mm,
She
mm-mm.
is vengeful. She is vengeful.
And it's
The
weird
way
that
I see it,
every,
it's to me, if she could think of the small little details to cover her butt from what she did to Gannon, she was not insane not to know what she was doing, because
no.
she was in the right mind to plan out what she had to do to cover up her ass from what she did to Gannon.
Hmm.
Mhm.
And I think it's very telling. I don't care if her attorneys met with her the day they found Gannon. I don't give two flying flips. That I don't care. Her saying, uh, Florida and I was never there. You still trying to cover it up, sister.
Mhm.
Let's see that other personality pop on out.
Yeah, like Leilani. They
Yeah.
lie. Tracy says, and she always says, you need to be with your wife and your daughter and your other daughter. She always said that, not your daughters. She always
Right.
put her and Hurley first. And that is one thing about Letecia. Letecia has to be number one. Now, when someone is a
Mhm.
malignant narcissist, meaning they have to be the center of everything, they will destroy what's ever in their way.
Oh, yeah.
And so what was in her way was Gannon.
Hmm. And I think Gannon was a little bit more work because of his issues with his stomach. And I think part of that was from him being premature. I know that they said that he had a necrotic bowel. All that does, change. Another thing, how long had she been giving him Lord have? I can't say that she would share her drugs or Al's drugs because, she's not that passionate. And I
Well, let
think
me
she
ask
would have
you
taken
this.
them herself.
Do you think that, and this is opinion only, I want everyone to participate. Do you think that she gave him a bunch of Miralax so he would have an accident on?
Oh, most definitely.
Okay.
Most definitely. I most
Oh, yeah,
definitely think
I
that.
feel she did that.
Hmm.
She did
And I
that.
think it was to humiliate him also. It's not just a physical thing, but it's emotional or mental thing. Physically, we hate that Gannon's hurt and crying on the video, but it's the emotional manipulation that shows the evilness. Not that she didn't strike Gannon in the video or anything, but her words, her words. And he even says, "My burns hurt," and she shushes him. She actually says, "Shush, shush, shush, shush." We don't want that. We don't want to talk about your burns right now. We're going to talk about the couch because we don't want your daddy to know about your burns. So it's an emotional. Let's say she never laid a hand on Gannon. The emotional manipulation that she did to that boy, and everybody has said he's fun loving. He loves everyone. He was a great helper, you know, and that type of personality. The kids that are the helpers, they're also the peacekeepers. They don't want to cause the rifts. They don't want to, especially if Al's not home a lot, they don't want to cause they don't want to cause they don't want to say anything because then Al would talk to Letecia about it. There would be a fight. Then Al would leave, and then he would be home with Letecia. The so kids a lot of times that have that personality have that I want to help. A good boy. They do become the peacekeepers in the family, and a lot of times they don't say anything.
Well, and also, Gannon also had like the middle child syndrome. Harley is the older sister. He at one time was the older brother. He was the oldest in the family, and the birth order is important. And Gannon was the oldest. He looked after Lena. Then suddenly he's in a family where he has an older sister. So suddenly he is in the middle, and the middle child is the peacekeeper. I'm so glad you said that.
It it just, and I think Al too, to his detriment, was also kind of a peacekeeper, wanting to not cause waves with crazy. I mean, good God, I can't imagine living in that house. And but I think Harley, I want to shake her because I do think that she knows more. I think she cut a deal to save her own tail. Do I blame her? No, I'd probably save my tail too, to be honest. I wouldn't go down with my mom, but I wouldn't have done what Harley did. But Letecia raised Harley, and
Yeah.
Harley is also a victim of her mother's manipulation. And you do learn from your parents. You do learn from them. So I think this I think all of her life she has been this way. And did she commit any crimes? No. Was she ethically wrong? Yes. Did she murder Gannon? Yes. Was she sane? Yes. So go to big girl prison.
Yeah.
Show them your boobs or whatever you got to do to get people to leave you alone or beat their ass. I don't care. I hope they get to her before she gets to them.
Ryan Christie said, and he was the only boy. And the truth is, I mean, according to the state of Colorado, Harley did commit a crime. They were ready to charge her.
Yeah.
I just don't know what it was. They were going to charge her with accessory after the fact.
And another thing about Gannon and Al's relationship, and I saw it. I stood there. I'm still in contact with some of my patients. When you have a baby that's born premature,
Mm-hmm.
and you sit there at that isolate, and they're so tiny, you pray and you pray and you pray, and every parent, well, some don't, but good parents have a bond with their children. When you have a child that is born early or has special needs, there's no that bond is off the chart.
Yep.
And I think Al was. I'm not saying that he. I think that as a boy he bonded with his son, but also he went through so much praying, making deals with God for his son that was his close. And she wanted to hurt Al. So how do you hurt Al? I'll hurt Gannon. That's my opinion.
My husband said today, and I was like blown away. He said, just, from his work he did with the state, he said, Letecia has never connected with anyone,
Mm-hmm.
only used people.
Mm-hmm.
And that really got to me. He's like, everyone has always been used by her.
Yeah. And that is true.
She has used children as a weapon. She's used sex as a weapon. She's used her looks as a weapon.
Mm-hmm.
Everything. And she's done it. And it's insane. Sarah said
And
pawns of hers. Yeah.
another thing that I think's weird is all of the sexual innuendos through this whole thing.
Mm-hmm.
An 11-year-old boy was killed, but let's say she was raped twice, and then she was molested as a child, and now we're going into pedophilia. It's like everything has a sexual undertone. It's so bizarre to me. It's like they come out. Like what you said earlier, like, they find their mental illness, and I'm not saying there's mentally ill people all up in prison. There's mentally ill people walking around the world, not in prison. But it's like you come out a preacher, an attorney, from the extended law library that they all have access to. And, and you always have this sexual thing, this sexual connotation around you, just like you said, all of them, Susan Smith, all of them, they all have this, and it's so bizarre to me. I've never seen so many people just, and it's like in all these cases, it's like a theme. It's not just her; it's a theme.
And it was, yeah,
Correct.
you're your Sunday best. And now
Court will
people,
call 20 CR 1358, People versus Letecia Stauch. Records could reflect the jury is not present in the courtroom. Is there anything we need to take up outside the presence of the jury at this point in time? Prosecution?
Oh, yeah, thanks.
Defense? Okay, let's go ahead and bring the jury back. A little warmer.
68.4.
Better than 64 this morning.
Today's 66, so we've moved up 2 degrees.
Direct.
Well, drops and took the park off. Must have been.
Took her coat off. All rise for the jury, please.
Okay, I am pausing for 1 second. It's our friend True Crime with Shannon's birthday, and let's celebrate really quick. Shannon, I hope you have a great birthday. I love you, and everyone here loves you. You're a great friend. You're a great creator, and let's go. Happy birthday, my friend.
Thank you. May all be seated. We'll recall 20 CR 1358 versus Letecia. Like the jury has returned to the courtroom. When we took a break, we were in the midst of the cross-examination of Dr. Moore. That's where we will resume. Mr. Cook.
Thank you. Now, doctor, I need to clarify something very quickly. I found what I was looking for. So with Mr. Young, you said that on January 5th of 2021, and if you have your notes and you need to look at those, you said it was the first time you had heard about molestation or sex abuse being perpetrated on the defendants.
You said January 5th, 2021?
Yes. I believe it's a part when she says only hallucinates when triggered by sexual harassment and assault.
Yes, I recall that.
And is that when, is that the date you testified to earlier with Mr. Young, that that was the first time you had heard about molestation?
I believe so.
Do you have your report from June the 5th of 2020? It's probably 6 or 7 months before the date we were just talking about.
Yes, I can see that. Looks like at that time she had reported the molestation at 14. So I think when we were talking about the sexual assault, that was the first time that assault was, I think that's the first time it was phrased as the sexual assault. Yes.
Molestation of a child is sex assault. Do you agree with that?
I would generally agree with that. So
Well,
I was
when
incorrect.
when would you not generally agree that molestation of a child is a sexual assault?
So molestation to me would mean more maybe fondling and touching, whereas sexual assault would be more defined as some sort of penetration.
Are you aware under the Colorado statutes, there is no molestation, it's all sex assault?
I don't know that off the top of my
Okay.
head. I'd have to
Okay.
look.
All right. So you can, in your opinion, you can molest a child and alternatively, you can sexually assault a child.
Objection, your relevance.
No, overruled.
I would consider them separate.
You consider them separate. Okay. And that's why you answered the question the way you did for Mr. Young.
Yes.
is your belief that sexually assaulting a child is different than a child being simply molested.
Yes.
So, with respect to the dissociative identity disorder, when Ms. Stauch came in on March the 5th, 2020, were you doing an evaluation for dissociative identity disorder, anxiety, depression, bipolar disorder, borderline personality disorder? Were you looking for all these things at that time?
Yes. So as I had previously explained, I generally want to cast a wide net and see if there's anything, any sort of symptoms going on.
Okay. And were you able to rule out dissociative identity disorder fairly quickly?
At that time,
Yes.
in a sense, yes.
Okay. And that would be June the 5th, 2020?
I thought we were talking about March the 5th.
I'm sorry.
It's
It's
okay.
late in the day.
It is late in the day.
March the 5th, 2020. Yes. The first day she came to
Correct.
CJC, the jail, and you saw her.
Yes.
Okay. And you testified that you had met with her for about 45 minutes on this March the 5th, 2020 date?
I said it probably about 30 to 45 minutes.
30 to 45 minutes?
Yes.
Okay. And in that time, you were able to rule out dissociative identity disorder, more or less?
Yes.
Okay. When she was on medical watch, was that period of medical watch for her, I guess suicide watch or whatever you want to call it, the mental health ward, was that from March 2020 to May of 2020? Approximately?
No, I believe that that March, I believe, and I'm sorry off the top of my head, I'd have to refer back to my notes, but I think we had decreased her suicide watch, I think within about the first 2 weeks
To what?
to transition.
Okay. And when you're in the medical ward or the secure ward, the high risk ward, whatever Ms. Stauch was when she came in, she was locked down in a cell 23 hours a day and only allowed out for 1 hour a day, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And your understanding, what was the person or inmate allowed to do for that 1 hour?
They could, so she would have been, if we're talking about the time that her housing location was the medical ward, she would have then, for her hour out, been transported to Alpha 2, which was the other ward that I told you that she could have been in. And during that time, she could have talked to any family or friends on the telephone, taken a shower, could have worked out on the exercise equipment. There's usually a book cart in there, so taking out different books that she could read. Generally, maybe if other inmates were talking, associate with them, talk to the ward deputy. She would be the only person out on the ward, but people talk all the time through the cell doors to one another as well.
So she's solitary. She's wandering around for her single hour by herself out there.
I would not use the word solitary. I would use the word restrictive. Solitary is more when you have absolutely zero contact with other people, whereas restrictive housing, you still can talk to people.
Well, the contact, she has no face-to-face contact. Everybody's behind a door, a big locked jail cell door.
The ward deputies would have been there, so she would have had contact with them.
But no other inmates.
Not face-to-face, correct.
And then she went to A2 eventually. Does May 2020 to about March of 2021 sound about right?
I honestly don't recall if that's how it's recorded. I would agree with that, but
Well, let's just
I don't have those
assume
dates.
let's just assume she was in A2 ward. That's still a very restrictive ward. 1 1 hour out a day, 23 hours locked in your cell?
Yes and no.
Okay. And around this time in your summary, you said that you visited or met with Miss Stauch 34 times.
That was across from March 5th to, I think it was January of 2021.
Okay. And were these primarily her cell door being opened and you and two deputies kind of standing at the doorway or sitting down at the doorway and you talking with her?
For the most part, if she happened to be out on the ward, I would talk to her there, but I think the majority would, how you described it would be accurate.
Okay. How long would those visits last?
They could last anywhere probably from about 5 to maybe 30 minutes, depending on what we were talking about.
Okay. And you're basing your findings and opinions and what you've told the jury based on those visits, in-person visits with Ms. Stauch, correct?
That and the collateral information that I had access to, as well as my staff's reports and deputy reports.
Okay. Now, other than the 1 hour, Ms. Stauch's more or less locked in a cell by herself for 23 hours, correct?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
Except for the hour out during this time, or majority of the time, Ms. Stauch is locked in a jail cell for 23 hours.
Yes.
And you weren't able to observe what she was doing for those 23 hours a day.
The deputies would observe that and write reports.
Okay. But there's not somebody watching her those 23 hours while she's in the jail cell. I mean, she could be eating her own feces in the jail cell and nobody would know.
So two things with that. There's 15-minute checks, as well as the camera system in the wards. You can typically see through the windows in the cells. So in essence, there is 24-hour observation. You might not be able to see everything, but
so during your time working, speaking of these every 15-minute checks in these wards, somebody was found hanging cold from one of their cells and the 15-minute check had been missed while you were there. Do you remember that?
Objection, your relevance.
Overruled.
Yes.
Okay, so mistakes were made during this every 15-minute check for somebody to have hung themselves and been missed several checks, so much so that when they took the body down, it was cold.
It could happen, yes.
Okay. Also, there's a lot that could have been missed with what Ms. Stauch was doing the 23 hours when she was locked down in her cell, correct?
Yes.
Now, with respect to dissociative identity disorder, you were able to tell me that just within pretty much on March 5th, 2020, the first day in 30 or 40-minute meeting with her, rule out dissociative identity disorder, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So I have a copy of the DSM-5.
Sure.
And that's more or less the Bible of psychology and psychiatry, correct?
Sure.
Okay. And we were talking earlier about possession forms of dissociative identity disorder and non-possession forms. And it says most individuals with non-possession form dissociative identity disorder do not overtly display their discontinuity of identity for long periods of time.
Yes.
What does that mean?
So those are kind of shorter periods of time where people could dissociate and I mean, sorry, it's kind of just how it's written. I think what you're getting to is, could there be times that it happened allegedly and it not be seen? Sure. However, in my initial evaluation with her, typically somebody who was having these amnesias or losses of time would report that. They would report something that they were worried about missing gaps of time, as well as forgetting things. And so there would be a general concern that I would expect somebody to report, not somebody to have an adequate orientation and deny any of that. There's also comorbid symptoms that go along with that. So people with dissociative identity disorder tend to be have a high rate, about 70% have attempted suicide or engage in frequent self-harming behaviors. So those things were not met. I also would have expected somebody to report clinically significant impairment in social and occupational functioning as a result of that. So when somebody denies those things, then I can absolutely rule it out because it's not a concern to them. So it's not impairing their functioning.
So you can rule out a disease that symptoms may not manifest themselves for long periods of time. You can rule it out in just 20, 30, 40 minutes. Is that what you're saying?
Generally, and then if there's
Okay.
more information, I can
Now,
always
in
go back.
dissociative identity disorder,
I'm going to ask that she be allowed to finish her answer before the next question.
Sustained. You can go
and I'm
ahead.
going to ask that she be more responsive to the question and answer it and not.
I understand. It seemed to me that it was responsive to the question. You can go ahead and finish your answer.
I was just trying to say that if there were other symptoms that came up, a diagnosis is something that is working. Could it be changed if new symptoms come up? Absolutely.
And sometimes it can take years to diagnose somebody with dissociative identity disorder, correct?
In terms of years, it can present at any time, but I wouldn't say someone would take numerous years to form that diagnosis.
It also says only a small minority of individuals with dissociative identity disorder present to clinical attention with observable alternation of identities.
It's
Hold on, let me ask the question.
okay.
Okay. That means that at any given time, a person with dissociative identity disorder is only going to present exhibiting those symptoms a small percentage of the time, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Obsessive compulsive disorder and anxiety are some of the symptoms of dissociative identity disorder, correct?
No, they're not some of the symptoms of it, but they could be associated with that, or what we call a comorbidity. So, and a diagnosis that could occur alongside of that diagnosis.
And some people who actually suffer from dissociative identity disorder are actually initially diagnosed with obsessive compulsive disorder, anxiety, or bipolar, correct?
Including that, it could also be depression, personality disorders, that they could be really diagnosed with anything.
When you see diagnoses in a psychological sense, it'll say diagnosed with this and then rule out this.
Yes.
Did you do any of the rule out stuff for dissociative identity disorder, bipolar disorder, generalized anxiety disorder, obsessive compulsive disorder?
Again, yes. I mean, it was related to, again, as I explained, casting a wide net. You see what symptoms they're reporting and what things are concerning to them, because when you're diagnosing, again, if it's not clinically clinically or significantly impairing their day-to-day functioning, don't qualify that as a diagnosis. That is usually, I think in dissociative identity disorder, maybe criterion E, but it could be a different criterion letter in any of the diagnoses. It has to clinically significantly impair their functioning in order to be diagnosed.
So when you were ruling out Ms. Stauch, having bipolar disorder, which is the manic depressive stage, you said that you know, what you look for and you didn't notice was any excessive spending or partying or, showing up and with a bunch of clothes and not, or clothes or whatever purchases from a store and not realizing where you got them. How are you going to notice that or rule that out based on her partying or, excessive spending if she's locked up in a jail? That seems like that's kind of a no-go, but yet you told the jury this.
So when you asked that question, you added the dissociative and the bipolar together. So
Well, I'll just talk about the bipolar.
well, those were the examples that you gave, but specific to a bipolar disorder, somebody who might be presenting that way in the jail would likely not be sleeping consistently. They'd be very hyperactive, almost like jumping around and really fidgety all of the time. They would be talking very rapidly. They would have a flight of ideas. So going, jumping from subject to subject and just talk, you can't follow the conversation along. It's very fast and rapid. So that's how I would assess for that in a jail setting.
So again, she was locked down 23 hours a day. So a lot of that could be going on. She could be talking to God in Latin in her jail cell, and you or nobody else would even know that, would you?
So we were talking about the March 5th date, and she reported none of those symptoms. So that's how I can rule it out at that time.
Okay. And is that a common sign when somebody's asked, do you suffer from this mental illness? And if they deny it, well, that's it.
Unless there's contradictory evidence to it.
Okay. Are you aware that many people that are sick will deny being sick?
I am.
Okay. Like they don't want to take their medicines. There's nothing wrong with them. I like living in my crazy wide world and there's nothing wrong with me.
Sure. But there's still observable symptoms by other people just because somebody denies it. Again, as I explained, when I'm assessing somebody, I look at all of their body features, their speech, their language, movement, and did not note any of that. So that would be consistent with not having that concern at that time.
So what they say, a patient is not determinant of whether they have the mental disorder or not.
Not exclusively.
It's part of it, and it's just a case-by-case basis.
Absolutely.
So I'm looking in the DSM-5 under the dissociative identity disorder section. And it says older individuals may present to treatment with what appear to be late life mood disorders, obsessive compulsive disorder, paranoia, psychotic mood disorders. But actually, it turns out it's dissociative identity disorder. Does that sound correct?
That could be a possibility, yes.
And you correct me if I'm wrong, that means that people can later in their life, and obviously not children, but probably adults are talking about, they can appear with what may originally be diagnosed as obsessive compulsive disorders, paranoia, some other psychotic mood disorders, but it's actually dissociative identity disorder, correct?
It could.
Can you have dissociative identity disorder and bipolar or major depressive disorder or, general, anxiety? Can you have many diagnoses, or will one subsume all the other ones?
It's very dependent on what the combination of diagnoses that you would have, because a lot of symptoms could overlap in different diagnoses. So I couldn't answer that specifically.
Okay. Did you ever review any reports from her psychiatrist, psychologist that she consulted with several times in late 2019, December of 2019? So just a few months before you met with her. Did you ever review those records?
She had denied seeing anybody but her primary care provider for the information. And then the only treatment records we requested to obtain was from, I believe, South Carolina.
Okay. So if somebody did see a psychiatrist or a psychologist in December of 2019, was charged with committing a murder of a young child, as in this case, within a month or so of that, and they were diagnosed with a mental health disorder, would that have been relevant or helped you in determining what was going on with Ms. Stauch when you had her at the jail?
I believe that all information is relevant.
But she didn't. So if somebody doesn't tell you what they've seen or what they've done or what treatment they had, are you not able to get those records?
If I don't know where to request records from, I can't just throw out an
Okay.
ROI to every place. So
Okay.
no, I wouldn't.
And that's fair enough. I didn't know if there was some kind of general data bank where you could go and get all the records from a certain person, or what. You still have to go around piecemeal and track them down. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you talked about, Mr. Young talked about a 2018 mental health stay in a Canadian mental health hospital. Do you remember discussing that with Mr. Young?
Yes.
Okay. And you have no records of that, do you?
I do not.
Okay. And you didn't even put in for those records?
I did not.
Okay. So she could have actually done that, and there could be records of a stay in Canada in 2018, or there may not be. It could be something she made up, correct?
Absolutely.
But you don't know which is which.
I do not.
So one of the things in your report that goes along with dissociative identity disorder, or maybe it's bipolar, you correct me, please, is that there needs to have been some sort of suicide ideation or actually an attempt made. Is that correct?
So
Is that for DID or bipolar?
it could happen with either, but what I had previously said was that so in the DSM there's a kind of association. So again, there's the criteria, but then all of these other things that kind of help you make the diagnosis, confirm or refute it. And in the DSM, it says that about 70% of people who are diagnosed with dissociative identity disorder have repeated and frequent suicidal ideation and have potentially attempted suicide as well.
Okay. So the flip of that is 30% have not attempted suicide.
Yes.
Okay. But the majority of diagnosed DID people, and DID is dissociative identity disorder, the majority, 70%, have had some type of suicide attempt or ideation. So is that correct?
Repeated.
Repeated?
Yes.
Okay, so more than one.
Yes.
Okay. And Ms. Stauch, when she was brought in and for several weeks after she was at the jail, she was on suicide watch, correct?
That was my decision, not her saying that she was suicidal. I did
Okay,
that for
but
her
But
safety,
she was on suicide watch.
which I put her on for her safety. Yes.
One of the things you talked to Mr. Young about is, he asked you this, so, and I actually had to have a little chuckle, but he asked you about a normal person charged with first degree murder. Is there a standard behavior pattern for a person charged with first degree murder?
It varies. I've worked with lots of people who have been charged with that, and
I have too. And it varies, doesn't it?
it does. It can.
Okay.
Yeah.
So there's not really a normal person charged with first degree murder behavior, is there?
It's not.
Can I get a tissue? Yeah, sorry. I'm sorry, Your Honor. That's all I have for now, Your Honor. Thank you.
Redirect?
Yes, sir. Thanks. Is everyone who commits first degree murder placed on suicide watch when they entered the jail?
Yes.
Is that standard regardless of what your evaluation says or whether or not you see any signs of mental illness with those individuals?
Yes.
Is that what happened with Ms. Stauch?
Yes.
Had nothing to do with any potential diagnosis?
Correct.
And is your role to rule out any diagnosis with Ms. Stauch?
It's mostly to assess for the current symptoms and ensure her safety and stability in the jail.
Remember when we started out, it seems like days ago, about a clinical evaluation versus a forensic evaluation?
Yes.
Are you more on the clinical side when you meet Ms. Stauch on March 5th, 2020 to treat her for any illnesses that she might have?
Yes.
And did you see any illnesses that needed treated on March 5th of 2020?
Just the anxiety.
And if she was diagnosed with anxiety in 2019 in the month of December, would that be consistent with what you saw?
Yes.
There was a lot of discussion about her bringing up the fact that she may have been a victim of sexual assault on cross-examination. Do you remember that?
Yes.
There in your notes, the first time that you make a note about it is in what time is that? Do you recall?
I think that was the June, the June 5th.
Well, is that your notes or is that
Or-
someone else's notes?
Sorry, I'm getting confused. I think we established that it was the molestation, was June she talked about, and then I don't remember the other date about the assault, whatever date that was, the sexual assault.
On June 5th, and we talked about this on direct examination as well. She mentions that one of her traumatic stresses was molestation at age 14. Initially, she told Tara Sabo. Who's Tara Sabo?
She is a nurse that worked in our intake area.
And that's TERRASABO.
Yes.
That she was sexually assaulted in 2019.
Yes.
A few months or a year before you met her on March 5th of 2020.
Yes.
And that's when that note is dated, right? March 5th of 2020.
Yes.
The first time she mentions anything about her stepfather and her uncle is in that later note towards the end of your contact with her. Is that correct?
Yes.
Council just asked you some questions about people may not want to be upfront with their mental illnesses. And you said that may be common, correct?
Yes.
In your setting at the jail, is it common for people to fake their mental illnesses?
Yes.
And is it common, as it mentioned in the DSM-5 about the cautionary statement, is that why you need to be careful when you're diagnosing someone in a jail setting who may have something to gain based on your diagnosis?
Absolutely.
And did that come into play during your entire contact and why you were able to say she does not have dissociative identity disorder?
Objection leading, Your Honor.
Well, it was compound all. You need to rephrase.
Did that have an impact on your opinion that she rendered that she does not have dissociative identity disorder?
Yes.
Why?
Because the presentation that she had was in, especially in the beginning, there was no overt symptoms of anything. And then once competency was raised, there was all of these symptoms that just popped up out of nowhere seemingly. And so that was inconsistent with somebody who would have had reported these symptoms and had concerns with these symptoms ahead of time prior to competency being raised.
Counsel asked you some questions about her comfort level in talking to you because there's two deputies around. Do you recall that line of questioning?
Yes.
Did she have any issues talking to you and telling you not only things about herself, but things about the actual crime itself?
No.
Did she, I think we talked about this on direct, but would she just blurt things out to you and nonstop talking kind of thing?
Yes.
Did you have to ask a lot of questions or did you just sit and listen?
A lot of it was listening.
The conversation you had with her on March 20th of 2020 about Gannon's body being found. Do you remember counsel asking you questions about that?
Yes.
He asked you a hypothetical about if the attorneys came in and told her about it, then she would have known about it before you talked to her. Do you remember that line of questioning?
Yes.
Does the jail keep track when attorneys visit the jail?
Yes.
And do you have a log of every time the attorneys make a professional visit?
The jail would, I do not.
Have you seen those logs before?
I don't think so.
May I approach her?
You're the witness.
The witness.
Okay, go ahead.
I'd like to see what he's.
Oh, yep, that's true.
May I approach the witness?
You may, go ahead.
Recognize that document?
Yes, it's the visitation log report.
And is it the visitation log reports for Ms. Stauch?
Yes.
at the El Paso County Jail.
Is hearsay. Can't testify to what that is. If they want to get somebody that can lay a proper foundation for this document, that's fine. This is not the person to do that.
Well, she may be, she may not be. I don't know that. You need to ask her whether or not it's a business record and whether she can lay the foundation for a business record.
You recognize this document as a business record?
Yes.
Surprise question, right? Is this something that's routinely kept at the jail and is actually an open record for the public?
Yes.
And is this a business record with regards to professional visits of Ms. Stauch?
Yes.
And would this reflect any professional visits by her attorneys in the time frame we're talking about, March 20th?
Your Honor, I'm objecting
Yes.
under Crawford. This is hearsay. I can't cross-examine this document.
Your Honor, he brought this up.
Stop, both of you. I have an objection. If I want a response, I'll ask for one. The objection's overruled. Right now, we're working on laying a business record exception to the hearsay rule. So let's deal with that first. It hasn't been asked to be offered to be admitted yet, but I understand what we're dealing with. It's been identified for the record. Go ahead and move it.
And Your Honor, could you advise Mr. Young to not taunt me in open court? Actually, the person who brought this up originally, so yelling across the courtroom, I don't appreciate, and I don't think it's professional.
Let's make sure we're all on the same page. I make the rulings. Everybody directs their comments to me. If there's an objection, I'll ask for grounds. I'll rule on the objection. We'll move on. So everybody, both sides, direct your comments to me. And we'll leave it at that. Mr. Young, you were in the midst of making or establishing a foundation for a business record. Go ahead.
So this is what you purported it to be, the jail logs for professional visits at that time frame when Ms. Stauch told you that Gannon was found in Florida. You remember that?
Yes.
And would this indicate to you whether or not her attorneys had access to her prior to Gannon's body being found and prior to you talking to her about Gannon's body being found?
They did not.
Does it tell you when the last professional visit was prior to that contact?
March 13th of 2020.
And when was the next visit after your conversation with her on March 2020?
April 9th, 2020.
In addition to what we just talked about, what was her demeanor like when she was telling you that Gannon's body was found in Florida?
She was a bit tearful, but again, also kind of asking about or focusing on other.
Been asked and answered.
Overruled. It was covered in cross-examination as proper redirect.
Please continue. What was her demeanor like as she's telling you these things?
She was a bit tearful, but also asking about other things and not totally focused on just the loss of a child at that time, or confirmation of that, I should say.
Did you have any indication that perhaps she had heard this already from anyone?
No.
With regards to your March 5th, 2020 first conversation with her, counsel asked you questions about ruling out DID or dissociative identity disorder at that time. Do you recall that line of questioning?
Yes.
Were you there to make a diagnosis? Were you ruling anything out, or were you basing your opinion on what you learned from her on that day?
Kind of a little bit of both, but a lot of an initial mental health assessment, especially in a jail setting, would be to take what the person says and go with that. And then again, if there's additional information that comes up to confirm or refute something later, then we can do that.
Did you have any notes or any indication that Ms. Stauch was eating her own feces in the jail cell?
No.
Would you have known that if that was going to happen, if that happened?
Yes.
Council asked you questions about sometimes that it takes years to make a diagnosis of dissociative identity disorder. Do you remember that question?
Yes.
Do people who actually suffer from this disorder, do they know they have that disorder prior to getting treatment?
Most often not. They could, but it's pretty rare. And again, that they would be reporting other symptoms, other things that they were concerned of, such as gaps of time missing and unexplained things showing up and forgetting how to work or forgetting how to drive. So they would be reporting, they might not say, hey, I have another personality, but they would be reporting all of these other concerns that would then support a diagnosis.
Would oftentimes family members
Yes.
report that diagnosis? For instance, a spouse. My husband didn't know who I was yesterday. It was weird. We need help.
Yes.
Is that common? Is that how people discover this disorder?
Typically, there would be other observations, other people reporting if that person had no recollection of that, or weren't reporting it themselves. They would, a lot of collateral contacts, a lot of observations would be seen by a spouse, family members, deputies, other mental health staff, things like that.
And when you're in your vast experience of, I'm assuming you've had a lot of contact with people who have serious mental illness.
Yes.
Is it something that's very obvious to you when you see it or when you're talking to someone? For instance, we talked about the psychosis issues. I mean, do you know it when you see it?
Yes, I've worked in this field for over 10 years, and most of my contacts have been with very severe and persistently mentally ill people. And so I am very familiar, very comfortable with spotting things very quickly.
And would family members also know that if they had a loved one that they've been around their whole lives, would they know if someone had a serious mental illness?
Oh, she's been qualified as an expert. I think she can give her opinion based on her expertise. It goes to weight, not admissibility.
Would they know if their family member had a serious mental illness and report it and say something's wrong here?
Absolutely. We've had calls at the jail from family members reporting their loved ones' concerns.
Those are my questions, John. Thanks.
Do any of the jurors have any questions for Dr. Moore? Looks like we have one.
Your Honor, very quickly, I'd like to, based on a new document that was introduced. Correct.
Counsel approached.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right.
I'm just going to do a couple of follow-ups.
Okay.
So March the 20th of 2020, everything in the city and the country and the state went into lockdown because of COVID. Do you remember that?
I don't know if it was that exact date, but yeah.
Okay. Do you remember that a lockdown went into effect in the jail and there were no personal visits for a period of time because of the COVID pandemic at the jail?
I don't recall any specific thing about that. Is that like, could that have happened? Yes, but I don't know exactly what dates that would have been.
And do you know that that jail log does not reflect WebEx or video visits between attorneys and clients? Were you aware of that?
It just says visitation log,
Okay.
so
Mm-hmm.
If I told you that was for in-person visits only, would that change your
I'm
answer?
gonna object, Your Honor.
That's
Back to
sustained.
foundation.
Sustained.
Okay. Do you know that there were WebEx visits or video visits going on between attorneys and defendants incarcerated at the jail during this pandemic period?
if you're asking if that occurs, I believe it would.
Okay. And were you aware that the document you're looking at only shows in-person visits where somebody comes physically down to the jail and does a visit at the jail and does not reflect any WebEx or video visits?
I couldn't say one way or the other.
Okay. So you can't say one way or the other whether there was a video visit done on March the 20th between Ms. Stauch and her attorneys.
Asked and answered, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Just
Right. Dr. Moore, if the defendant's claims were true, that she was sexually, physically, and emotionally abused on an ongoing basis from a young age, is it your professional opinion that such a person can still grow up to be sane even if untreated?
Yes.
All right, I will allow reasonable follow-up as to that question only. Prosecution?
No, thank you.
I don't have anything. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Dr. Moore. You can step down. Watch your step as you step down, please.
Your Honor, may I retrieve the document from Dr. Moore?
Oh, yes, right.
Thanks.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to take our evening break. Again, I have a message that we are anticipating a weather event and in Colorado that could mean that we might have a wet street tomorrow. It could also mean that we have 3 feet of snow somewhere in between. Don't know. Here's what I can tell you is that the county, there's usually a meeting at 9 o'clock at night the day before, and then at 5 o'clock in the morning. And I can assure you that I do not intend to call any of you at 5 o'clock in the morning, so you don't have to worry about that part. The best advisement is, or the best place to get advice about what has happened or the status about what has happened is 719-520-SNOW. That will tell you about the El Paso County Combined Courts. That's what we are. And oftentimes, actually all the time, these decisions are really not made based on what's going on in the courthouse. It's based on what's going on everywhere else. Because oftentimes the courthouse takes up a lot of resources from the El Paso County Sheriff's Office. And sometimes because of adverse weather events, those resources are needed elsewhere in the county. And because of that, the courthouse just can't function. And so what happens is they either close the courthouse or they will have a delayed start. If we have a delayed start, meet Mr. Combs where you would normally meet Mr. Combs at 10 o'clock. And then we will start here at 10:30. So you'll meet him, bring you over the way that he has every morning before, and then we'll be in place to start at 10:30. The good news is that even with a delayed start and things like that, I think we are ahead of where the attorneys thought we would be at this point in the process. So things are going, whether it seems like it or not, things are going faster than what we had anticipated when we started this. So we're still in pretty good shape in that regard. The most important thing is to be safe. When you're going home tonight, when you're coming in tomorrow, just be safe. Make sure that you have my card so that if you need to call us, you can do that, so that we're not worried about you, where you might be or something like that. Please just let us know if there's a delay. There are, can I get a show of hands of people who are Palmer Divide region, Black Forest region, Teller County? Okay. I think probably you are the ones that it's going to most impact. That's what I understand. So we'll keep an eye out for that. Hopefully, we've had such warm weather recently that while we get snow on the ground, it may not be in the road and everything will be okay. But that's the plan. You can always call us in the morning and find out, or call us and check and see if there's any update or anything like that if you want to do that. If you call 520 SNOW and there's no message on there, anticipate being here at the time that you normally would be here. So the only reason why you would be late is if you get the message from 520 SNOW or something like that. Okay. So again, don't discuss the case among yourselves. Don't discuss the case with anyone else. Don't do any research about any aspect of this case. Be safe. We'll see you in the morning.
Well, what the hell? I mean, Letecia is a huge ass liar, and they're getting snow in Colorado. The Rocky Mountains are no joke, though. You there, Amanda?
Oh, yeah, I'm here. Wow, what a shit show.
I know.
Literally.
My husband's calling right now. Hey, Greg, what's going on?
Who's on the horn?
We're live right now. They're getting a big 3 foot of snow in the Rocky Mountains.
Oh my goodness.
I know. Well, I mean, people in New York are laughing at that.
Well, not this time of year. That's a lot of snow. I don't care where you're at.
Yep.
I mean, we're almost into May.
I tell you what, if I see anything white on the ground, it better be a dead person.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
I mean, my goodness, we're coming into May. We don't do snow.
No, I've seen some freak ass storms like on Mother's Day, but it's not welcome by any means.
No.
I don't care where you are.
You live in Georgia, Amanda. So how often do you see snow in Georgia?
Gosh, unless somebody has dandruff, we don't see nothing.
We get ice here, and we get some snow here and there, but no, we just don't. Voldemort said Brooks went insane already. No, I didn't, because we don't do snow in Oklahoma. We just don't.
No.
It hasn't been no snow here since 2000 and something.
Well, see, my son was stationed at Warner Robins, and they had a snowstorm there, and it shut down all of Atlanta.
Yeah, I mean, if it snows here, people don't know how to handle it completely, because it happens so rarely. And when it does, everybody's like going crazy, getting like it's the end of the world. Let me go get bread, eggs, this, that, water. I mean, They buy stuff up like crazy because they don't know how to handle it.
Well,
I'll tell you, I would rather drive in a snowstorm in like areas that get snow than drive in areas that don't get snow and get a dusting.
Yeah, because you're used to the roads and how to handle them. And when you're not used to it, people are stupid.
Dangerous.
Alicia said,
Dangerous.
sorry, but when I see Gannon's mother, I just want to scratch out Leticia's eyes. Sorry, Brooks, but I have 2 boys and 4 grandsons. My first son and I are so close. Still, he'll be 40 this year. Thank you. Well, here's the whole problem. Letecia is a nasty, nasty person.
Mhm.
I don't believe that she has DID. I just don't. Does anyone believe Letecia actually has DID?
Has
No.
what?
No.
What?
I feel
No.
she has had this since she's been with Al and he started cheating on her. I think she started plotting then. Believe it or not.
Me
I
too.
believe.
Oh, I know. I believe it's part of that nature. It was just going to be something that occurred in her life that made her go off. I mean,
Yeah.
the situation with Al was a catalyst, but somebody somewhere in her life was going to become a victim.
Yeah. Well, my husband has an issue with Al. And you know how women are, we're judgmental of women. Men are judgmental of men. And my husband does not like Al.
Oh no.
I can't blame him. I mean, most men that have integrity and have respect for the woman they're with, they're not going to go out messing around like he did. Not that I'm saying it's his fault that she had that evilness in her anyway, but it didn't help to not afflict and ignite what she already sought out to do because of him messing around.
Yeah, I'm not a proponent of people who cheat. I'm not at all. I don't. And for, him to be doing what he was doing when he knew shit was going sideways in his house, no, I don't have time for that at all.
And I understand that completely. I 100% agree with you.
So
because
let's judge Greg for Greg saying that Al should have kept control of his household. That's how my husband feels.
He should have. He's in control of that household, and ultimately, whatever goes on in that household is his responsibility. I'm not saying that he made Letecia kill his son, but his behaviors didn't help the situation. What he did not help it. You're not in control of your household when you're doing that shit.
He's 100% right. I mean, he should have took control, and when he's seen these little details happening with her, he should have been like, I got to do something. And I'm pretty sure he's living with that emotional guilt anyway, because he feels like maybe he should have done something more, and he should have.
Well, the thing is with Al, he has a life sentence.
Yeah.
I mean, he has it, and he has to live with that, and so does Landon.
Mm-hmm.
Toxicity, dysfunction, they all have it together, and I just don't know what they can do to recoup. I just don't know. And Lena, I mean, she's a little warrior, and when Landon wanted to get full custody of her, Lena said, no, I'm staying with my dad. She's a daddy's girl, and she loves her dad. So, I mean, what do you do? I mean, do you rip Lena away from Al? I mean, she loves her daddy.
Oh no, he didn't do anything to endanger his children or negate that he's a solid father and a solid figure in her life. He didn't do anything there. I'm just saying morally he needs to reevaluate his life choices and how he handles his relationships.
Well, and now
what type of women? I'm sorry.
Melissa's had another child, and Lena's doing like the busy work around the house.
Who's having another child?
Melissa had her and Al had a child, and Lena's doing the work around the house, and I don't get that.
His ex-wife?
His ex-wife? No.
No, I'm sorry.
His new wife. Sorry. Greg, you never followed the conversation, hon. I love you, but you just don't.
it's kind of hard being the husband of a true crime queen. Okay, there's a lot of shit that goes on in your life and your world that I have to keep track of.
No, I mean, he needs to watch the type of women. I mean, he needs to stop that. He needs to learn a big lesson in that because he keeps playing romper room with women. And he's not really getting to know what they're really like. And he's risking his kids going from here and there. I mean, that's like women just going from man to man. There's women out there the same way as bad as man. You just don't want to put your kid and allow them to be around any type of person.
Mm-hmm. Pam says he needs to keep it in his pants. Good Grandma said he bounced right over to a new wifey to take care of Lena. That was too soon, in my opinion. Yeah, I mean, the whole thing is, Al should probably get himself together.
Mm-hmm.
Brandy says, LOL Brooks, he would so vibe with my hubby. I say, let's do a meet and greet. Absolutely. Anytime. Now, anyone that wants to meet Greg, go ahead, because Greg is, when I let Greg off the leash, I'm just joking. Greg does not blend well with others.
Sometimes.
You do. I know you do. Well, OJ scratched me today on a members live.
Well, you probably didn't deserve it today, but he probably knew you were going to do something to deserve it later on down the road.
I mean, I like him. I like your husband.
Everyone loves Greg. Here's the whole thing. Greg has been so outspoken in all the groups and everywhere about Al. He's like, what the fuck is this man doing? Greg has always said it. And I'm like, okay, Greg, just calm down. And he's like, are you kidding me? He's like, he didn't know that she was beating up on his kid. I mean, all of these things. He's like, are you kidding me? And we had a conversation one day with Al, and it didn't go well. And Greg's like, you've got to be kidding me. You didn't know what was going on? And it was a crazy conversation. And I saw my husband with tears down his face, just saying, I can't believe that he ignored all of this.
Yeah, I don't understand that either. You're supposed to love your family, especially your kids. You're supposed to be above them and protect them and look out for them. And I know he was in service, but still yet, I mean, he should have seen signs somewhere along the line when he was home, the way Gannon would react to certain situations. He should have picked up on it.
Well, here's one of my whole things with him too. When he was working with the FBI and interviewing his wife at the time, and the things that he would say in my training, and I do this for a living, and yada yada yada. Well, buddy, if you're this intelligent, bud, you're telling me you just decided to use your skill set now when you got your ex-wife on the phone, your wife on the phone that is allegedly murdered your son? You didn't think to use any of them skill sets, prior to that? And I'm not saying
exactly.
There's once you're trained in a certain level of interrogation and tactics like that, you kind of have a general understanding of who you're surrounded with, and you kind of will use those skills unconsciously. And you're telling me his spidey senses never went off about his wife? I just don't. I don't buy it. I don't buy it.
Yeah.
Where I think he liked his position. He thought that, yeah, she's a little crazy, but boy, she's a good nanny, and I don't have to worry about my kids, and she takes care of the house, and I can play around and do my thing.
I can go out and do my thing and do this and that. I mean, they train you for that common sense in the Army to seek out the enemy and do this and that, and you can't even find it in your own home?
Hmm?
Yeah.
You can't even find it in your own home.
I find it hard to believe that, like I said, his spidey senses didn't go off, and he didn't question what was going on in his household. I just don't.
I don't believe it either, and I agree with you. And some people would be out there, why are you being so hard on Al? Poor Al. No. I mean, he needs to take responsibility, man up in his own actions. Because he wasn't being right in the family either.
Well, like Brooks said, he's got a life sentence for his decisions.
Yeah.
And I don't wish that on anyone. I really don't. I don't wish ill will on the man. I mean, he lost his child in a very brutal manner. He'll never get that moment back with his son ever again. And
no, nobody wishes bad on him. Nobody wishes bad on him, but he needs to, this is a major thing, and it's a sad way to have to learn, and very hard lesson to learn in life, but he needs to learn from this. And he should have, instead of just jumping to another woman after this, he should have took time for his kids, the other kids he has, to make sure they're mentally and physically okay with the loss of a brother.
Yeah.
I mean, exactly. How long was his son even gone before he was already in a relationship with another woman?
Well, he was with Heather, and then from there he met Melissa, and they got married. And
I know, but what I'm asking is, how long after his son was gone was he involved with another woman? Because to me, I don't know the exact timeline, but it seems very short.
Well, he jumped out of the frying pan into the fire, hun.
And who knows, he could have been messing around with her while he was still married to somebody else.
Hmm?
He needs to learn that lesson. And even though, despite it being hard and a terrible lesson to learn, you need to not do this again. Stop romping around, going from woman to woman.
If I lost a child in that scenario, the last thing I think I would be concerned about would be bringing another woman into my life, especially with young children. Just getting my own mental health together, taking care of my kids, and I don't know. I just couldn't.
Fine Art on Fire said that's got to be bad because I respect Greg as a real man. So knowing that tells me Greg saw something bad. It's Angel P said amen. Kathy said Tracy yes. Oh my God, bingo. Yeah, I mean, Greg does not hold back any punches when it comes to how he is towards men. He is really, really rude sometimes.
Actually, I don't feel that's really being rude. I mean, he's right to feel the way he feels because, Al was not showing respect, even though Leticia's as evil as she is, to any woman by going out messing around cheating. He was not respecting them.
Now, what do we think about Al being codependent? He's got to have someone with him all the time.
Well, he could have found other means by maybe looking into the service. How can I get somebody to help me take care of my kids or other family members? Instead of just jumping to anybody, not really knowing them, just to have a safety net for your kids. He wasn't really looking out for him that way because he didn't know what this woman was about, and then he's just messing around.
But does anyone believe that who they're with will kill their children? They'd be crazy.
No, they don't see that. They don't see that, but yet at the same time, you didn't give yourself enough time to really get to know this person and know how they're going to react to certain situations.
Glenn said he's absolutely codependent. C-Star said it's not rude. Lisa said, why didn't their moms have the plate? She can't because, I mean, custody was removed from Landon because of drugs. It's what we have here is a storm of dysfunction with these people. Hello, Rowena.
Hey, Greg. I do think I think Al's very codependent. I think that, I just do. I think he is. He jumped from one. I mean, my dad is he's a great man. Don't get me wrong. My parents were divorced 2 weeks and he got married. And he's 82. And for the first time in his life, my stepmother has Alzheimer's and is in a nursing home. And he's alone, without his mother or his first wife or his second wife. And he's a great man, don't get me wrong, but you can be codependent and be a good person. I do believe that Al saw signs. He put Gannon in therapy, which I think he should have. But the whole thing with the knife and Letecia, that's all bullshit. Sorry. And that should have been a trigger to him. My boy doesn't do that. And he even said it in one of the calls. He even said it in an interview or something. But no, that was out of character for Gannon. Okay. But you have to put yourself in the kid's place. You've got a mother that you love, biological mother you love, you love, you love. She chose another man and drugs over them.
Yep.
Then you have a father that all of a sudden you're taken from your mother, you're put with your father and this new woman, and then Al's gone. And I think a lot of things come into play. I think the codependency comes into play. I think that the military, the mindset that we talked about, Brooks, that service, country first,
Exactly.
I think that comes into play. I think a lot of things come into play with Al. And I think that whole house was just a dysfunctional mess.
Well, sometimes men expect for the household to be taken care of, and when they come home,
Yep.
everything's organized.
Yep.
And so the bills are paid. Everything's in order.
Well, Al knew something was going on. She stole $8,000 from him. She never told him where that went. That was disclosed in the call. She never told him. Where'd that money go?
Yeah. And so, I mean, I don't know. I mean, Greg explained it. I mean, like, when men come home, they're like, I want to make sure the house is clean and there's groceries and the bills are paid. Are you there, Greg?
Yeah. Yep. I don't believe, and there's another thing, Brooks and I have talked about this. I know a lot of people in the military, and for him to be gone as much as he was for supposed trainings and all this stuff, I think there's a little bit more going on than what Uncle Sam was requiring him to do.
Yeah,
I agree with Greg on that. I think he was using the Army and service or whatever reserves as an excuse to meet up with these women he was messing around with.
Or just to get out of the house. I mean, God knows I would have done it. I mean, just to get out of the circus. I mean, I think we've all come home, after work and, I mean, I know I have, and my husband, let my daughter and her little friend bake chocolate chip cookies in the shape of what, and she called it rockets. And I'm like, what went on in the house while I was at work? The dog ain't been fed. There's 5 things of laundry. I mean, we've all come into just chaos. And
Okay,
It-
hang on
it-
one second. Voldemort said all you ladies need to go clean the house now. The house is clean, Voldemort, and all you're doing is trying to stir up problems. Okay, so
Well,
stop.
Voldemort, if you want to come clean my house or pay for a maid, I'll give you my address.
Yeah.
Come on down.
But my thing is, that was the problem. Is yeah, there was chaos and stuff in the house, but him using that to get away to mess around, I mean, it was his kids, his responsibility. He should have been there to protect them and look after them.
Mhm. So like I was getting at earlier, I think that he took the lesser of two evils, knowing that he had a built-in babysitter and a housekeeper, and he got to have his cake and eat it too.
Mm-hmm.
That's kind of what I think.
Now, I could be 100% wrong. I really could. I'm just being logical. I'm putting a lot of pieces of the puzzle together, and I'm just thinking, like I said, I know many guys in the military, and I just don't believe that he was gone as much as he was required to be gone for his rank and position. I just don't.
So, Greg, what do you think happened? Like, do you think that Al just ignored the signs with Gannon, or what do you think happened? Because you've been very vocal about Al with me.
I think she's crazy liar manipulator too. So when you're not around and you don't really see exactly what happened, she would tell him a logical story, and him not really being there, he didn't want to believe that his wife was truly doing these things to his son. He didn't have hard, concrete proof that it was happening. I'm sure he had some gut instinct though. So is he at fault for not acting on something that he didn't have hardened proof on? No, I don't. I'm giving the guy some credence when it comes to this.
But you've been really hard on Al for 3 years with me. You've been like, what the fuck is Al doing?
No, ultimately I do stand on it. I'm not. I just think that it went on too long, and he had to at some point known. And the biggest thing that irritates me was, instead of making more of himself available to be there to make sure that his household was taken care of, he was running around and playing teenager. That's just how I feel about it. I don't think he was being a responsible man. I don't.
It's kind of like Al was being the wife in the family. You know how when there's abuse going on with the husband to the kid and the wife is playing denial. She's not, she's seeing it, but she's not wanting to believe it. Just like Al, he saw signs and things going on, but he was in denial. And in a lot of ways, he was being selfish because, well, if I admit this is going on, then I've got to stop doing my escapades, going off messing around with this person or doing this and giving up the life I want on the side.
Well, and one good factor one thing that shows kind of how he put his head in the sand is that on one of those calls, he said to her, I got that video. I got that video and it was disturbing. Why didn't you get on the plane when you got that video? I would have gotten on that plane when I got that video. I would have called the cops when I got that video, but instead he didn't. And see those little things like that, the whole knife thing in her, and then the whole, she, look, we all watched the video. It disturbed us, and we don't even know them. So why would he got it? He told her on the call, I got the video. I forget if he used troubling or disturbing or something. It was something like that I don't remember his actual words. But I remember thinking when he said that, I thought that why in the hell did you get on the damn plane when you got that video, saw your child crying, knew that it was abuse? No, there was no physical. You couldn't, he said his burns hurt, so there you go. But just the emotional abuse that your son was going through. Why didn't you get on a plane, boo? You're not in Guam. Get on a plane. See, those are the things that infuriate me.
Yeah.
That's just a couple things that I picked up to where it's like, okay, well, when did you pull your head up out of the sand? When? When she called and said he was missing? But then on the other hand, when the cops are asking her, doctors, dentists, all these questions, friends, she don't have any information. It's like he does all that. Well, when did he do all that? How does he have all the friends' names, phone numbers, where they live, and you don't if he's not there? When did he take Gannon to the doctor and to the dentist on the base? When did he do that? When? If he's not there. So it's like it's both, I, I wouldn't wish anybody in his shoes, but I think that yeah, yeah. Did he think that was going to happen? Nope.
And
Did
it all
he?
goes back to him needing to realize these are a lot of things he should have changed and got help for in his life before going and getting remarried to somebody else. Because
And
now
we
he has
only
another kid. And is he
right,
going
and
to
we
do
only
the
seen this
same things
little.
with that one?
We see this little piece, and just like with Summer, just like that case, we don't know Don and Candace a week before Summer went missing. Well, we have no clue. We don't know them. We don't really know them now, to be honest. I mean, what they want to show, but there's no telling what was actually going on in that household for years. There's no telling.
And here's the whole thing. It's hard to sit back and look at these situations and not have some sort of judgment creep into your psyche.
Oh yeah.
When you take a step back and you put all the pieces of the puzzle together, even though they're not all there, if it really just doesn't look remotely correct, it's not remotely correct. There's something really wrong.
And that's why I think jurors still have that but they still have that common sense. Okay, you can give me every instruction in the world, but we start with the Murdaugh trial in less than 3 hours. Common sense. And I really do believe that this is going to be a common sense case. I'm going to watch that lady's show, the one that's going to be the defense psychologist. I'm going to watch that thing on her because I just want to see what we're up against. Because now it's going to start getting long. These witnesses have been in and out, in and out, in and out. And now we're hitting the nut part. And that's going to be crazy. So, I mean, that's just how I feel about it.
Advocate for institutionalization and not
Yeah.
criminal prosecution.
And after this, she has to testify in a case in Albany, New York.
Mm-hmm.
I don't doubt it.
Dr. Lewis. Pam says, excuse me. He said the carpet candle burn video before Gannon was reported missing. Did I hear that right? Yeah, he knew all that. He knew.
He got that. He got that before he came up missing. He got that. And he even said in the call, it was troubling.
We're not picking on Al. That's not.
Nope.
I mean, Greg can, because Greg's like, what the hell's going on here?
And
I'm not picking on Al, but I think he does hold a little bit of responsibility.
Story.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm poking holes in the story. I can't justify it in my own mind. And his supposed training and intelligence that he self-proclaims. He self-proclaims this training and intelligence that he has. And you're telling me, if you have this background, nothing triggered you to really, especially after that darn video. That was what made me over the edge.
Yeah, that video, I came out of my skin the first time I saw it.
We saw that video 3 years ago, 3+ years ago.
Yeah.
And then my husband went nuts. He's like, "Are you freaking kidding me?"
Me too.
You have knowledge and see this going on, and then you're still acting like dee. I mean, I'm sorry. It's not that nobody's picking on Al, but come on. I mean, you can't sit back and ignore the fact that he did this and that too, and it wasn't right.
Greg was like, if you sent me that video, I would have been driving,
Oh,
flying, whatever.
exactly.
Freaking
Swimming. I would have, look, I would have been there. And if the military couldn't have got me out quick enough, by God, I'd have rented a car and I'd have started driving to the next city where I could get a flight. I would
have been there in my station. Yeah. If I could have been there immediately, somebody would have been there in my station.
Right.
No.
Right. I would have called 911 and said, I'm going to send you a video. I need you to go to my house right now. Period.
Check for my son. Yeah.
Exactly.
As soon as I can.
Exactly.
And see, that makes me respect Greg even more, because most people guys would sit back and be like, oh, he's just being a man, blah, blah, blah. No, that shows how much morals Greg has towards women than most other men don't have towards women. And I appreciate that. And thank you for being that way, Greg.
Well, I'm not perfect by any means, but it's just some things I just can't let slide.
I kind of go back to how I feel about Billy Joe. And I'm not trying to bring up another case, but, did she know that Leilani was going to do that? No, of course she didn't. She didn't. Was she responsible? Was she responsible for providing a safe environment? Yes, she was.
Yep.
So do I hold her responsible? Yes.
Not
Is
even
Al?
ethically. She was legally responsible for that child.
Right. So is Al. So is Al.
Are unisex when it comes to shit like that video. I'd have killed that bee if it was.
Yep.
Let's look at the video because honestly, I mean, this video was sent to Al.
I can't believe he didn't get up and go right then. I was surprised at that call with her when he talked about this video.
And here we are. This is
Gannon, I promise this is the last time I'm gonna ask you. I'm just freaked out, okay? Are you sure you didn't do it on purpose? He did it. Okay, you promise. You promise. On purpose. Pinky promise. Pinky. Okay, all right. So listen. We're gonna have to sell stuff to fix it. Okay? So we figure out what we gotta sell. We can sell the sofa, we can sell whatever, because we gotta get it fixed. So lady, don't be mad at us and kick us out of the house. Okay? You got it?
Yeah, get it. Here we go, son.
I'd like to chop her.
Disgusting.
Yeah, and here's the whole thing.
I have an opinion.
After Al sat there and listened to what she was doing to his child, you're sitting there telling me I would have been like, listen, bitch. First of all, mistakes happen. I don't think the boy did that on purpose. And second of all, who the hell are you to try and put adult decisions and adult responsibilities on a child talking about we need to sell stuff so the lady don't kick us out of here because you made a mistake.
That's what I'm talking about, the emotional abuse.
Gannon did it. I don't think
I don't either.
He didn't do it. That child didn't do it. Al even said he never lit a candle. And I think that Swisher rapper, I think she planted that.
Yep, she staged everything. I don't even think there was a fire. I don't even think that. I think that was made up. She just staged everything. I feel she had this premeditated. She wanted to do something again and all along. Especially when she found out Al was cheating on her ass.
You know what I wondered is
Gannon mumble on. He said something and it almost sounds like he said, "You did it." I've heard it over and over again. There's one point where she says before the pinky promise, she skips right over it, and it sounds like he says, "You did it."
Yeah, I hear something about.
Can you play it again, Brooks?
Yeah, for 3 years, Greg has said he picked up when Lena said why. and he picked up when
Mm-hmm.
said you did it. Fine
Or
Art
you
says,
did.
I
It's-
can't, I'll be back on 5. And I get that. This is very hard. It's very hard. It's, you know, Greg and I have been very invested in this case for 3 years.
I just don't get why people have to kill these babies. I just don't. I'm sorry.
Well, devastating. Initially, Scott, I can't lie, when the TMZ information.
Gannon, I promise this is the last time I'm going to ask you. I'm just freaked out, okay? Are you sure you didn't do it on purpose? He did it. Okay, you promise. You promise.
You did it.
Okay, all right. So,
Yeah,
You know, it's
he
and
did.
it's you know, the sad thing is, you know,
Oh God.
when you hear these conversations between Letecia and Gannon, it hurts. It hurts badly.
And those are the last sounds of his son's voice
Mhm.
that he has to hear, is the torment and the pain he had to suffer because of that bitch. And I'm sorry. That's what the hell she is a damn effing bitch.
Yeah.
And I apologize that Adele is up there flipping everybody off. I didn't know she still moved when I was on. I thought she just stayed still. I'm sorry.
Caesar said I didn't. Day Tripper said he said I didn't.
See, other people are hearing that then too, right? I'm not crazy.
No.
I could have swore it, and she doesn't even acknowledge that he says it.
I know, but you said that like 3 years ago, Greg.
Yeah.
And you were like, he said I didn't.
And then he talks about his burns.
Yeah.
And she shushes him. She shushes. That's when she goes, shh, shush.
We got to sell things. What?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I also feel before she had this filmed, she was hosting him on what to say in this video. She was saying, hey, you need to say this. You need to say that, just like she staged the candles and all this other stuff. She said, you need to say this and that in the video. And that's why she started hushing him.
Barbara said, I didn't know Al saw this before he died. Oh my God. Yeah, he did. He did.
I wonder what the Lord had.
Is one smart man, and Greg, you are.
Some days.
I mean, when Greg talked to Al one day, and he was like, "Dude, she sent you the video."
That video killed me.
And she also, if you listen in the video, you can see she's having problems breathing to a certain degree, and I believe she beat him.
Well,
she had just got done beating him.
Beat him with the particle board, and that's what happened. And Greg's like Greg is Two Boston Mom says hi, Greg.
Hello.
What Greg said was, man, come on, and Greg is not very nice to other men. And that's what happens. Like, I'm not very nice to other women, and that's what happens. But, I mean, we've been doing this for a long time, right, Greg?
Yeah.
My husband's a sweet guy, but if you ever go car shopping with him, dear God, he's so rude and ugly and oh God, it's horrible. I take 2 Advil migraine on the way. I'm like, oh Lord, this is gonna be bad.
I know.
It's gonna be real bad. Oh God, but
Greg's a keeper. Yeah, Greg gets. You should have heard Greg on the phone with Don Wells on Saturday. Wow.
And
I would have loved that.
The way you're painting me, it's not that I'm mean or aggressive. I'm just very matter of fact and give these guys questions that they really can't back away from.
Yeah.
I don't give them the opportunity to bullshit me, for lack of better terms. It's like, no. Come on.
Oh.
If you got a good enough story, I'll probably buy some of your BS, but when all of it stinks to high heaven, none of it's any good to me, buddy.
One thing
At
I
the end
thought
of
was
the day,
interesting.
some people can't handle the truth.
No. And a lot of weak men can't stand a matter of fact man. They just can't. They don't know how to deal with somebody with a stronger personality. They just don't. And it doesn't mean that you're mean or aggressive or a bully or anything like that. It's just, no.
You're telling them the facts and you're giving them the truth to their face, and they can't handle it because deep down inside their miserable soul, they know you're damn right.
Huh?
Well, I mean, we can't let Greg out often, because when
Like OJ, don't let him out often.
Did you all see OJ today scratching me and fighting with me? My goodness.
He wanted cream cheese. He wanted cream cheese.
I know.
No, he wanted that bacon and ice cream.
He has a whole brick of cream cheese right now, and OJ is fine.
One thing I thought was interesting was the FBI agent, when he commented, about, the first time he questioned her and then had to take her into another room and all this other stuff, is he talked about how good she was at manipulation. Now you're talking to a behavioral health specialist with the FBI that he kind of complimented her on, damn, she's good. She's a good manipulator. And another thing is, we were talking earlier about the lore tab. I'm wondering if she didn't try to medicate Gannon, then set the fire, and he woke up. You know what I mean? Like, was she gonna burn it all down, and he was gonna die in the fire? I wonder about that. At what point did she give him the lore tab? At what point? And how much did she give him? And we'll never know these answers. But I wonder that too.
There's some truth to what you're saying. I thought about this as well, because when she knew that there was smoke and fire, supposedly, did she go grab Gannon to get out of the house? No.
Nope.
She grabbed the daughter and went outside.
And the dogs. Don't forget the dogs, Greg.
Yep.
And the dogs.
Hey, Greg,
Yeah.
Slim wants to know, she said, is Greg Canadian, North Dakotian, or from Wisconsin?
Upstate New York, baby.
Upstate New York. That's where my husband's from.
But those things I just, we'll never know,
Like I said earlier, I feel like she gave it in small dosages.
Yeah.
I
do
don't
too,
think
but
she gave it all to him all at once. She gave him a little bit here. And I feel like for some reason that peanut butter deal is coming to my mind because she keeps saying, oh, somebody's trying to poison me. They're putting something in my peanut butter. That makes me think, was she putting something in his peanut butter sandwiches? Was she putting stuff in his drinks? Was she putting stuff in his food?
yeah.
That's a pretty good analogy for deflection. Yeah, she's saying exactly what she was doing, but it was being done to her. Could very well be.
Mm-hmm.
But she wasn't the one doing it. You know what I mean? Like yeah.
I just wonder, like, what made I'm more into the psychology. Like, what made her just go crazy and just do what she did to Gannon? I don't
I
get
think
it.
she wanted to hurt Al. I think she found out about him having an affair. She wanted to hurt him. What did he love? Let's just go after Gannon. Because he was a kind soul. He was a good kid. I'm not saying that his daughter wasn't. I'm not saying that at all. But
Or possibly, maybe to a certain degree, she's telling the truth that somewhere along the line, somebody did something to her. somebody abused her. She never got help for it. And if she was SA'd by a man or men somewhere in her life as a young child, she carried that with her and she didn't get the help she needed. So she had resentment towards men.
Well,
And
it's real interesting how she accuses her stepfather. He's dead. The brother went up on the stand and said, "No, my mother always kept us safe." Why am I going to believe a liar? I'm not. I mean, I hate to say that, but I don't believe somebody that could have been a victim of that. Oh well.
And
If
even
you're,
if she was, even
it
if
doesn't
she
make
was, that gives her no damn right
no.
to
Mm-mm.
treat or harm any child the way she did that poor boy.
Yep.
No excuse.
Right.
Everybody has gone through some kind of physical or mental abuse in their life, but they don't go out doing what that damn piece of shit did to that boy.
Yeah.
That's
Point.
no excuse. But the
Show me a
psychology
person.
part is
Fine
what
Fire said, we definitely hear it in Greg, but that's the man on Man Time in New York. That's and Glenn said Greg knows snow. He does. He does.
Not anymore.
Hi, look, I came from West Tennessee. We didn't get snow. We got freezing rain. We got sleet. Then we got freezing rain on top of the sleet. And then we would get a light dusting. I don't care if you got a 30-wheel drive. Ain't nothing going to help you on ice.
No.
And they don't do it. Ain't no snow plows in West Tennessee.
In Oklahoma, there is no way we can navigate on snow or
No.
ice. We just
No. We couldn't either. The whole thing shut down. And talking about everybody going to the grocery store and stuff. Look, as long as I had alcohol, cigarettes, and maybe like some pasta or something, I was good. Ain't nobody gonna die in my house. But
Connie
no.
says, I'm from Indiana. I know snow. They're getting a big snowstorm in Utah and Colorado. Wow.
Crazy.
It's insane. The snow I would never want is Buffalo, New York.
Oh.
Oh wow.
You know, we moved down way down south, like to the beach where it's warm, and we moved down here. And at Christmas, when the whole country was, frozen, we got down to 17 degrees here, and we got blamed for it that we brought it from Tennessee because But people here, it's so funny. It'll be like 35, 40 degrees, and they've got like jackets and stuff on. I'm like, I ain't put closed-toed shoes on my feet in months. Yeah, we don't,
Jenbud
but
is in Arizona, 101 degrees Sunday.
wow.
Oh.
Buckeye.
Jenbud is in Arizona. We love Arizona. I mean,
Yeah, Buckeye's the hottest place in Arizona I've ever been, other than when we were out in the desert. Remember that I almost burned my eyeballs out in Buckeye?
Yep, you did. You did. Lissa said 95 in LA on Sunday, then 58 on Tuesday. And by the way, I want to apologize. What I said in chat earlier about the bill coming through about pedophilia being a mental illness, that is coming through, but it is no way a reflect on our friends in California.
No, I love California.
Me too. My God, it's great.
My uncle lived there. But this case is sad, and it just brings up so many. And show me a person that says, "I had a perfect childhood," and I'll show you a liar. Everybody's had a bad childhood. Everybody's had things happen to them, and we all adjust and cope and do the things that we need to do. And it doesn't mean that we go out and we kill a child. And this case, everybody just please do your own little I had to turn off for a minute because I like my phone and I didn't want to throw it. So everybody just do a little self-care too, because it can bring up a lot of your
Yeah,
own.
We have too much snow here and I'm over it for sure. And you guys are going to get flooded. I mean, Al Roker will never lie to me, and he's saying that you guys are going to get flooded when the snow melts.
Here's one thing with Letecia that puts her into a whole different category where she really upped her game. I could almost have slight forgiveness if she had a momentary lapse and snapped because of something that happened and harmed him and it resulted in his death. I could almost stomach that as a human, a human reaction. Where I draw the line with it, where she really upped the game from there on out and acted as a true criminal. She tried to do everything she could to mask what she did and avoid prosecution.
Yep.
Everything.
Well, including trying to say that the police let Al in when they were collecting evidence, and now look at him because he's contaminated. Y'all just let him stay in there. Well, okay, so you're so stupid. Number one, you've admitted now that yes, that was the crime scene, not the accident scene, not the I can't believe I did this thing, the crime scene. But she wants to pin it on Al and anybody in the house. But Harley ain't in the house. I mean, she manipulated Harley, and I am upset with Harley that she didn't come forward. But then I have to look. What example did she have growing up as to doing the right thing or being scared of her mom? Do I think that her mom probably backhanded her? Sure do. Why wouldn't she? And there's nothing that she could have done about it. Harley's dad was dead. It ain't like she could call up and go, hey, I'm going to come live with you because mom just popped me. You know, she had nobody.
I understand that to a certain degree, but think about it. Harley is the age she is, and look at Gannon's little sister, and she's brave enough to open her mouth and say whatever.
I understand that, but she did not grow up all of her life with Letecia. That's what I'm saying. Letecia, no, I don't believe babies are born evil. I don't. I think you are a combination of your biochemical and your environmental. Both play on each other. And I think she's been this way all of her life. And, they were only in Letecia's life, 2 years? So, yes, she's going to have the morals and the wherewithal, and she doesn't have to go home with Letecia.
5 years, and Barb said Harley's room was in the basement. There was a blood trail down the stairs in evidence. She knew.
Oh, she knew. She saved herself.
But that's why I still I know what you're saying, but still yet.
Oh, I'm not making excuses for I'm aggravated.
If she would do that to Gannon, you don't think she did some abusive things to Gannon's little sister too? That should make her fear? She's doing all this nastiness, but she still opened her mouth. She still was brave enough. She's still brave enough to do what Harley's not doing. And I understand because we all seen things as a young kid, but we still make the choice if we're going to open our mouth or not and do the right thing, regardless of what.
Oh, I agree. I'm not defending Harley. I'm just saying it's just it's a component of Harley. There's so many components to these people. I mean, you've got a bunch of broken people. You've got an evil monster. You've got a dad that is disassociated, codependent on a woman to basically just take care of the house, and I'll just come in and woodwork and then I'll just leave again and whatever, that's having an affair. You have a 17-year-old daughter that she says is in the Air Force. No, she's not. That has lived all of her life with this monster. Then you have these two children that are basically taken from their mother that they love, but it's not a safe environment. Yes, they should have been taken from the home, but then they're put with a witch.
Yeah,
So
I
it's
understand
all
that,
these
but you think
components.
about it. You think about that little girl. She's never
Oh, I
experienced
do.
seeing that kind of stuff. She never experienced it. She should be like, oh my gosh, in more fear because she's never really seen that.
Right. And I think that's why
But
she didn't
she's
tell Al.
still open, showing more bravery as a younger little kid opening her mouth than Harley is.
I agree. I'm not taking up for Harley.
Let's
I'm
have
not making any excuses. I'm not.
let's have an
I, I,
open
th-
conversation, please. We have
I
had
think what she did was wrong.
let's have an open conversation. Okay. We have had so many conversations. Okay, so when Lily Peters' cousin killed her, and he's 14, and no one had a problem with him getting charged as an adult. Aiden Fucci. Let's talk about, a few weeks ago when a 12-year-old is being charged as an adult. So why is Harley different?
Mm-hmm. She's not no different. I mean, I know she went through a lot of crap because of this evil person. But still yet, what I'm trying to say is think of this little girl who's never seen this stuff in her life, and then all of a sudden she's seeing it. And then she's like still opening her mouth. She should be more fearful than Harley because Harley in a lot of ways is immune to it, used to seeing it. You would think that little girl would be more fearful because she is all of a sudden seeing it. Oh my gosh, she could do this to me. But she's still having the strength and bravery to open her mouth and say this, that, and the other, what was going on for her brother.
And I mean, let's look
I
at this
agree.
way. Harley is not an adult in the home, but why should she? I'm trying to figure out how to voice it.
She was involved in adult decisions between her mother and her stepfather.
Yeah.
Yep.
And that's kind of a thought I have about, and I'm not defending Harley. I'm just putting this out there as food for thought. To me, in observing her and looking at her past and the situation that she was in, I almost feel like she has a slight version of a Stockholm syndrome, where her mother's all she has. And I'm not saying it's right. Her mother's all she has. If her mother screws up and Al leaves her, Harley has no family that can support her. She's a 17-year-old girl. She can't take care of herself at this point. Or she can take care of herself, but she doesn't want to. So she's dependent on her mother still.
Yep.
So as far as the young girl goes, she's never been a part of that, but she's very brave at her age to voice her, to speak up, but she's got her daddy.
Mm-hmm.
Harley has no one but Harley and her mother. And this is evident if you listen to Harley when she put up her GoFundMe, and I understand how she was trying to paint it, but when she said she lost her parents, anyone who has a half a brain in their head, it was told that I lost my parents. You would not think that your dad died and your mom just got locked up for murdering your stepbrother.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I can see that side. I can emotionally see that side to that situation because she feels like, well, if I do this, I'm going to if I do this to this person and say this happened, then I'm going to lose my mom, even though she ain't worth keeping. And if I go and do this for my dad, then I'm going to lose my mom, even though she ain't worth crap.
Hmm? And here's the whole thing. I don't think Al real. I know Al says he wanted to adopt her for 5 years. I do, but you know, words are weak.
Action
Why didn't
speak.
if he truly really wanted to adopt, why didn't he? It's a matter of just taking
Yeah.
paperwork's done at the court. You know, getting their mom to sign. Hey, all right, you're my kid now too. So I don't.
Mm-hmm.
And I truly believe that Arlie really didn't see him as her provider dad, someone if it went sideways with her mother, that he would have been to take care of her. I
No,
think
I don't.
she knew that if it went sideways, she either had her mother or herself. That was it.
Yep.
Yeah. That's true.
That's what I'm saying. It's like once Letecia packed her stuff and left with Harley, you know, then that threat in that home was gone to them. You know what I mean? To them physically, but Harley was still with her. So in your mind, okay, if mom gets away with this, if I say anything, she's gonna kill me. You know. So we don't, and it's a 17-year-old brain, and I know a lot of people. It's a big, huge thing right now about when at age of culpability and all this other stuff. But it is true. It is a fact that your brain does not finish developing until you are 24 years old. Now, are you an adult? Well, yeah, you're way in adulthood. Should you be held as an adult? Sure, you should if you do something wrong.
Yeah, fine art said
But
right, and Lana doesn't have that predicament because her parents said you
right.
talk to the investigators. Welcome. We have Gen 405.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Okay, but I know that I think there's an app open, so I know how that goes.
It's okay.
About the echoing thing. I just wanted to say something that I've been wanting to say. I truly believe, okay, I'm a stepmom. He's going to be 33. Actually, the day, hopefully, when this trial is ended and she's found guilty and goes to prison, without the possibility of parole. Harley, right? She's okay. This is so much like what I have truly been through, minus this incredible abuse and the murder and all of that. Let me try. This is my first time ever on anything. Okay.
You're doing good.
Oh God, I'm so nervous. But I've
We're
had several
family here.
Okay, and I've had several glasses of wine. So, but I just want to say that okay, my stepson, his mom, she remained single. She was, loose. She did whatever she wanted to do. His father and I, we married, and he was in, as he told me, 0 grade. He was in kindergarten, and we ended up having 2 daughters. So he was 9 when his first sister came along. They are now, almost 24 and 22, and he's 32. They have the best relationship. And I truly believe, I get what you're saying, what was just being said about that Harley didn't know any better and she's raised by her mom. Damn straight, because she, just like we didn't know that Al wanted to adopt Harley, right? And because she couldn't take away that control that she had, right? She didn't want anyone else to have, I think everyone understands what I'm saying, but I truly believe that Letecia never fostered a true, meaningful, caring, loving relationship. I don't think she fostered that. I don't think she said, Haley, don't you love, let's do this with Gannon. That is what I have done. And then, just with my 2 girls and with my with my son. He's my son. I mean, we all have the best relationship, and it's really sad. Anyway, I just wanted to say that she is so much more than what she's just beyond. She's beyond evil. It's really hurt being all stepmoms. We're not like that. And I just can't even, and I know you guys know that, but I'm just like,
Yeah.
she, Letecia not only took away Gannon, but at the same time, she was making sure that they were not bonding. She was making
Yeah.
sure that those three children were not bonding, so that Harley wouldn't be concerned enough to say, hey, something's not right. She did, you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Wouldn't you
I
like
get
tell your
exactly what you're saying.
girlfriend? It's like
Yeah.
you would notice it.
Yeah,
But that's the thing, is that she kept Harley over here. That's what I think, is
me
that
too.
she didn't foster them to become true siblings that care about, and then they, defend, and they're there for one another. Yes, I heard Harley say that she would take them when they fought, and she would bring them up to her room. And I thought that was nice.
I
And
don't
I
think they
think
were
that
a unit.
exactly.
They weren't a
Exactly.
unit. It was a house divided.
Yeah, Letecia made sure of it. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So
Yeah.
anyway,
And
just
then
really wanted to.
that makes me wonder, since she did that, that's why Harley wasn't as boisterous towards the situation, because of Letecia separating the connection with the kids.
Exactly. I agree.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
That's what.
if you look at the dynamics of the mother-daughter relationship, it's not a mother-daughter relationship. It's a girlfriend relationship.
I agree.
She treats her like her daughter, or she treats her like her friend. And when you look at your mother like your friend, and the mother knows that if she loses her daughter to the situation, whatever it is, like I'm saying, like teammates with the other team, if her daughter defects and goes to the other team against her, Letecia has nobody in her life that would give a damn about her.
Mm-hmm.
No one.
I agree, which I think is, I truly think that Harley didn't know, and if she, has been listening to the trial, she knows now that Al wanted to adopt her. I don't think Letecia shared that with. I don't think she, went to Harley and said, "Hey, Al wants to adopt you. What do you think?" And she went, "Hell no."
Very good point.
I don't think
because-
that, because at the same time, she has a last name. Her
Mhm.
father, her biological father, has a last name. Her last name is not Stauch. It's whatever it is,
Hunt.
because he did not adopt her. I mean, I have a stepfather, and I never took his last name because he didn't adopt me.
Yep.
I have my father's last name. Does that make sense? So her saying that, I also heard people saying like, "Oh, she'll never be able to get away from this." Well, her last name isn't Stauch. It's not.
I think it's Harding.
Connie said they were friends, and that's exactly what happened. And Greg and I had this issue with my stepdaughter and her mother, and they were best friends all the time. And it was concerning because they would speak about things that didn't need to be spoke about between adult and child.
Exactly.
Yes, that happened in my.
Back to
that
the
happened to my stepson.
the very
Yes.
valid point that you were making about Letecia and the whole adoption process and whatever. I'm reflecting on that because I could see Al saying to his wife, I really want to adopt, our daughter, and make this family whole. I could see Al doing that.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
I could also see Letecia saying, well, let me talk to her. It's very, it's something that we need to talk about. And she would feign this conversation with her daughter and then come back to Al and say, oh, she's just not ready. Or no, I don't think it's the right time.
Well, she can't. She would give Al some control over Harley. That wasn't going to happen.
Mhm.
Oh,
No,
That
she
was
it
not going to
wouldn't.
happen.
That's
I
because
but
Letecia wanted to be in control over everything.
exactly, I agree with that. Just and I'm up there with the people that are questioning now about this, how Harley's father
Uh-huh.
left this world
Yeah.
and overdose. That's easy. You can have a helper that you didn't want to help you.
Hang on 1 second.
You know?
Yeah,
Why do
she
people keep saying Hurley Hunt in the chat? We know her name. What's going on
Oh
here?
well, because I said it's not Stauch, so it's
Yeah,
Harley
it was,
Hunt. They were just
it was
telling me that
brought up
it's Harley
earlier.
Hunt. I
Okay,
couldn't remember.
The point was, it was brought up earlier.
We know
I
her
just think it's
name. We're having a
clarification.
conversation. Okay, that's fine. We know her name. Let's go ahead. See, sir said because Hurley got benefits. Yes, she did. She did. And those benefits actually benefited Al and Letecia greatly.
Yeah.
The fact of her getting benefits from her father that passed, would that necessarily change if Al adopted her?
Yes.
I know that's
Oh.
Yes. She would not get
Oh,
those.
that's a good
She would no
point.
longer get those benefits. Yeah.
And she
But it's
didn't
not
want
that big of a
Harley
benefit.
losing them.
Oh.
I'm not
I
disagreeing
agree
with
with
that.
what you
didn't
were
know.
saying. I agree with what you were saying about that. That's kind of fishy about Chase, the ex. It makes you wonder if she wasn't doing the same with him, putting stuff in his food or whatever he took.
Oh,
Letecia,
Mhm.
Letecia doing that to her ex, Harley's dad. Makes you wonder if she wasn't putting stuff in his food or his drinks and stuff and helped him unalive himself.
Mhm.
yes, because it was an overdose, right? That is
Yes.
Yeah,
what they came
supposedly.
up with. Right. Right. Yeah.
And I thought it was, I was shocked when she said that she just found out how her dad died. Well, what did your mom tell
Oh my
you?
God.
Let's answer that. You know what I mean? Like, why didn't they ask that question? Because I would have been like, well, what did you think
I
for
thought that
all
was
these years?
clarified. I thought that was clarified. Didn't Harley say that she thought her dad did what X was the reason he was not around, but she had just found out that he had passed on from an overdose. Correct me if I'm
That's
wrong.
right. She thought Letecia told her that he was killed in a robbery. He was murdered.
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
what
that's
she
right. That's
said.
right. I forgot. She told her she was murdered, and then she finally found out the truth that it was an overdose. So why lie about that? It's your ex-husband. Why tell your child that he was killed in a murder? What purpose? That's what I'm saying. These habitual liars, I'm telling you, they'll lie over something that makes no sense. My husband's best friend, his
I honestly feel they need to investigate that further,
I
in my
agree.
opinion.
I'm sorry. He's in prison for 27 years because he sold his best friend the day after he got out of rehab some heroin that was laced with fentanyl, and he died. And he's serving 27 years. And he's a habitual liar. He will lie about stuff that makes absolutely no sense. Not to even get himself out of nothing. It serves no purpose in a lie. I've seen it for myself, and I swear I think, why tell your child that your daddy was killed, robbed, and murdered when he overdosed?
I
It
agree.
wasn't a
Can I?
protector.
I don't know how old Harley was when it kind of
Right.
better that your dad died in this violent act, rather than died of drugs. I guess that kind of sounds better. I don't know. You know, if that's the end result that she was trying to get, was to soften the blow and make her father look.
I don't think Letecia ever gave two shits about softening any blow to anything.
Right,
I
because
don't
why
think
couldn't
she
we just
even
say he
thought
got
that way.
ill?
I don't think she even thought that way. She could have said he was in a car wreck if she didn't want to say overdose, but he was murdered and robbed.
I agree.
Craziness. But she just lies. That's what I mean. I mean, when you have an FBI agent that says she is very good at it, talking about manipulation, she's very good at it. I mean, very good.
And he
But
was,
this Denver, has anybody ever watched the series? I forget what station. Anyway, called Justified. It's about a U.S. Marshal from Kentucky. There's an actor in that series. He's the bad guy. He sounds exactly like Denver Omelet. Brooks, I'm gonna send you his name and you can go look him up. If you close his eyes, it's like that dude talking. It blew my mind. But yeah, if y'all ever watched that show Justified, he sounds like the guy that lived in the RV. So if anybody's ever watched it, it sounds exactly like it. But I have a feeling I'm just gonna get madder as this goes on because we're starting to get into the mental health thing, and I just think it's all bullcrap.
if I could, so that I can get off so somebody else can come on, because I really just wanted to be on for a few moments, but I had one question and one comment that I'd like to make, if I could.
Sure.
Yeah.
Well, thanks, Greg.
Mhm.
Did someone mention that maybe Lena didn't need to come on the stand and testify? I don't know where.
Actually has to testify, and so we will see this week or next week.
Good, because I love that she has that incredible bond. She had that incredible bond with her brother, and I'm sure she still does. It's that she wants to speak for him, and I mean, I love it also in the fact that I don't think that Letecia ever thought that through. I don't
Right.
think she thought about
I
that.
think that Lena has so much information.
Yeah.
Yes.
And she is precocious, like the DA said. She's precocious. She will say whatever she has to say, and she's very outspoken about her brother and what happened in the house.
Yes, and that day, I mean, like, did Gannon really run outside and say, "I hate my life. I hate my life"?
That didn't
Like
happen.
Letecia told Harley that happened.
Her,
Right.
no one is going to put her on tape. She wants to speak for herself, and that's
Mhm.
what's going to happen.
And I think that can be healing because she's helping her brother. She's giving her brother a voice up on that stand because she was there.
Yes, she is.
Whether Harley, she could have said more, she didn't, but she's gaining voice. And I think, in one way, yes, but I think they have prepared her very well. And if you approach certain things, you're not talking about a 7-year-old, but if you approach certain things and you tell a child, look, you can be a hero for your brother. It might be scary, and that's okay. But they're going to ask you questions, and you just be honest, and it can help your brother. Because I don't think that I don't know. I don't know if they can get into it. I don't know. But if they can question her a month, 2 months, had she ever seen this before, that before, we might be going into, she might be talking about things that are revealed that were done 6 months prior. You know what I mean? That this was this is how it really was, you know. And so and
I
and
agree.
and she won't be getting out. It's just where will she be spending the rest of her life? And that's another huge thing. You don't have that fear that she's going to go free. She's not going free. This is just where's she going to go? That's all it is. And
And
she's
I
not
really
going to go
feel in
free.
my heart, I really feel in my heart that this is going to bring maybe somehow strength to Harley, that this little girl is going to show as an example. You can be through and go through whatever, but you still have a voice and you can use it for positive.
I hope it does, but Harley's going to need years and years and years and years of intensive therapy.
Oh yeah, I 100% agree.
Her when she was testifying, she's almost too far gone.
Yeah. Did y'all? I hate to say this, but I kind of got a Letecia feel a little bit. I hate to say that when she was testifying. Not
She only
that she
cried for
lied,
herself.
Oh, I did
but
too.
it was
I did
very.
too. I felt like
I,
some of the things she was doing, her reactions,
yes.
I don't remember. I don't just the little details.
Second, okay,
Yeah.
let's get back to it.
Just
Gannon's my
just a
hero.
little.
I
It
love
just
him so
kind of
much.
creeped me out a little
He's
bit
not only
because I
my
was like, I
hero,
hope.
he has multiple people that call him his hero as well. He has so many family members that just look up to him at such a small age. He's full of life. He's happy. He's energetic. He loves sports. He loves Sonic. He loves going outside, playing with his friends, his sister, his neighbor, especially Braden. This neighborhood basically gives you a true example of who my son is. Everybody coming together, all the smiles that people have. This is why I have hope, because I feel it. This is Gannon truly speaking to our community. Gannon he loves blue, he loves Sonic, he's into coding, he loves riding his bicycle with his sister, and I know that he's missing that right now. He holds his job as being Big Bubba very important, and for him not to be able to talk to his sisters has to be hurting him. This week has been awful. It's been more than a roller coaster ride. It's been more than emotional mess. I don't even have answers for my feelings other than I'm afraid. I'm afraid that I will never hear his voice, that I'll never hear him run and say, "Mommy," that I'll never hear those corny jokes that he always tells every single day. He has to tell me a joke. He looks forward to telling me something silly. And I'm afraid that I may never see that again or hear it. I don't want to believe that, because that means that I'm giving up hope, and I'm not giving up hope because my son is full of hope. So I'm urging anyone that has any leads, credible leads, if you're too afraid because you know something, a kid just doesn't disappear and no one sees him. It's not how this works. So if you have anything that's credible, if you're afraid, don't worry about it. Imagine my son, how afraid he is. Imagine how afraid Gannon is. So please call, please write. If you need to have someone else to do it for you, please do. Because my son deserves to be here. He deserves to be here. Please call the El Paso Sheriff's County and let them know. And I thank you guys, the community, for what you've done, because this is Gannon. This is who he is. And I thank you guys so much.
Mm.
When Gannon was born,
Boy.
he weighed only 1 pound and 6 ounces, and even today, he's still our miracle child. He still is, and he's such a happy child, and he just brings life to every party. His smile, even today, is keeping us going. His infectious smile brings me joy every time I think about it. The past 8 days have been, as Landon said, a roller coaster of emotions. Sometimes we're jumping for joy because we get an information that we might think is a break in the case, and then the next minute we get we see something or get information that just breaks our heart in a million pieces again. But through all this, just know that your thoughts and your prayers and your messages, keep them coming, because even if we don't respond, we are receiving them, and that has given us strength to get through this. And I do want to say I'm so proud of Lena, my little baby girl here. and of Landon, my children's mother. They've been so strong through this, stronger than I would have ever thought that I could have ever been, and I'm getting strength from them as well. As I said, please keep sending your thoughts and your prayers because we are receiving them. And if you have any information at all that could help, please reach out to the El Paso County Sheriff's Office with only credible information, but any information that you think may help. Thank you so much. Your turn.
Okay, every time. Cry. Every time. I mean,
And I cannot do it. I just can't. You there, Greg?
Yep. Sorry, I'm on 51 outside Dyersburg, Tennessee, and got bad signal.
Greg is breaking my heart. Me too, because I just what to do,
well, I don't think anybody expects that such evilness
No.
could.
That cry that Landon has,
A lot of step parents,
that is from her soul and her belly.
a lot of step parents are better parents than the
My
parents.
stepmom is. My stepmom means more to me than my biological mother. My stepmom is fantastic. Did we have issues? Yeah, we had issues,
Everybody
but
has issues.
exactly, but I had more issues with my mom. I mean, everybody, mom, it's like I used to tell people, I'm like, no, I ain't mad at my mom. I'm mad at my dad because my dad left me with the nut. I mean, why didn't he come get me? But and my mother-in-law is my world, my absolute world, and they both, the two women, well, three women in my life, my mother-in-law, my sister-in-law, and my stepmother are the three examples in my life that changed my life. And all three of them have Alzheimer's, also including my husband's sister and his
That's
mom. And
that's beautiful.
and I I love them
Blood really does.
and stepmoms, please. I never refer. I have two stepsisters. I never referred to them as my stepsister. They were my sisters. We grew up together.
Exactly.
And it's how the house is united. I went from an only child to having two sisters. Um, and one with special needs and didn't speak and couldn't be left alone, and that was an adjustment. And it was I loved her. She's passed away now, but every one of these babies, I pray to her and I go, just
Al
go tell these babies.
was drained out of him, and that's true.
But stepmoms just know that I know that that's a bad title, and everybody thinks stepmom, You can make the biggest impact in a child's life. It does not mean that you have to give birth to them.
No.
But that cry, Landon's cry, that belly cry, I heard that way too much at the hospital, and I never heard Letecia cry. Never, never. And I hope that every time she closes her eyes, that replays in her mind what she did. I hope that all she can do is sit there and hear him. And I hope that Landon can get her shit together and be a positive force in her daughter's life. And I hope that Al gets his stuff together for his new child and his daughter and his wife. and get it together. You know, if this ain't a wake up call, I don't know what is. I don't know if he's gotten it together. I don't know. But I am very thankful that when he could not find her car, he listened to that little voice and went straight to the police. Because if he had not, my God, we wouldn't have as much evidence as we do. So thank God he did do that. You know what I mean? I wish he would have called the police with the video. I really do. And booked it home. But he didn't. So the fact that he did do that, that's a good thing. I just hope that they all can heal and become better parents and people and spouses for who they have in their life. So I'm gonna go because I need to cry. But I love all y'all, and I love all the stepmoms. And just give yourself more credit, but be a, and you know what? You don't have to be a step nothing. Look, you can make an impact on a child's life that's a neighbor kid. You can make an impact. There's so many kids out there that, and they're in our community. They're out there, and it's the kids that you wouldn't think, and just pay close attention. And you don't have to be a mandated reporter to report anything. So, please do it.
And that is true. That is true. All right, guys, let's watch this. Let's watch this video and and get ready for tomorrow. Okay.
Okay.
Well, devastating. Initially, Scott, I can't lie, when the TMZ information.
Gannon, I promise this is the last time I'm going to ask you. I'm just freaked out, okay? Are you sure you didn't do it on purpose? He did it. Okay, you promise. You promise. On purpose. Pinky promise. Pinky. Okay, all right. So listen. We're all right. We're gonna have to sell stuff to fix it. Okay. So we figure out what we gotta sell. We can sell the sofa. We can sell whatever, because we gotta get it fixed. So, lady, don't be mad at us and kick us out of the house. Okay? You got it?
And that's disgusting. The entire situation is disgusting. Greg, you want to say good night?
Yeah, thanks for having me up. I appreciate it. Good night, everybody.
I love you, Greg.
Love you too, sweetheart.
All right. You guys have a great night, and we'll see you tomorrow morning. And hopefully my husband will come on more often.
Never know.
Sometimes he will, sometimes he won't, but let's see what happens. I mean, everyone knows that the case again in Stauch, I mean, really hurts me. It really does. And thank you, Lissa. Thank you so much. Lissa said thank you, Greg and Brooks. Absolutely. And it's very upsetting. I mean, what happened to Gannon? Uli said night, Greg.
Night.
What to do, you know? I mean, it's disgusting. All right, so I'll see you guys tomorrow, okay?